Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the AI Cures MENASA conference, co-hosted by Community Jameel, Welcome, and the MIT Jameel Clinic in partnership with the UAE Artificial Intelligence Office and His Excellency Omar Sultan Olama, Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy, and Remote Work Applications. Today, we are joined by distinguished speakers, researchers, hospitals, public health experts, and policymakers from across the Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia to discuss the rise of artificial intelligence in healthcare and shed light on the prevalent obstacles and solutions related to the utilization of AI in health industries. I am honored to welcome on stage His Excellency Omar bin Sultan Olama, UAE Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy, and Remote Work Applications. We please welcome you on stage.
It's an absolute pleasure and privilege being amongst all of you here today. And I'd like to first thank our gracious hosts, Mr. Fady Jameel and the Jameel Community Center for putting together this event. I'm also very happy to see a lot of familiar faces from the UAE and from around the world. What struck me when I first got the invite is the name of this event. The grammar Nazi that's inside me started to read it, AI Cures MENASA. And I was like, does MENASA need curing? That's the first question that came to my mind. But the reality is, I think we still haven't reached the point for AI to cure. We are today at the stage where we want AI to start diagnosing, and we want AI to help us achieve the curing point of view, where a doctor can use AI to effectively cure people across the world, mostly in underprivileged areas. The second thing that struck me is I actually think that the roadmap to reaching a point for AI to cure is going to come from the MENASA region. It's going to come from the MENASA region because of three main elements. The first is the Middle East today, and specifically countries like the UAE, have the most diverse data set in the world. 200 nationalities from every single walk of life coming, living, thriving in the UAE. And one could only look at this room to see the diversity of people that exist on this land. This will mean that any algorithm that is developed with the notion of it reaching a point where it can cure or diagnose effectively will have to call the UAE home at one point of time. And we're seeing a lot of incredible initiatives across the UAE from Mohammed bin Zayed University for Artificial Intelligence, from New York University and others that are working towards that. The second element is the fact that if we look at the past, a lot of Western nations have outsourced technological development to countries like India because of the sheer number of talent that exists in India. And I think that this is going to be especially true in the coming revolution, the revolution of developing AI systems that are going to be able to diagnose and then hopefully help take people towards finding a cure. And the third is the agile policy making that is required for us to deploy these systems. It's not going to be a technological issue. I think it's going to be a government issue moving forward. An issue of regulators being able to move as fast as the technology moves. And one can just look towards ChatGPT today to look at what the potential is. This is a very new technology that was announced a few weeks ago, but that brings with it a lot of incredible opportunities and incredible benefits for the medical industry. I was at a conference of neuroscientists probably 10 days ago. And I actually did not have a speech prepared. What I did was I pulled up my phone and I told the people in the room, they were all extremely senior scientists in their field and also doctors and practitioners and surgeons. I told them, ask me 3 questions that you don't think I can answer. And I will try to answer them the best way possible. And the answers that I gave them using ChatGPT were mind-boggling to them, because you can't just Google these answers. This system allows you to have logic, allows you to have a specific trail of thought, and gives you an answer that is 80% or 70% what the answer should be. In most circumstances, you would not be able to do that because Google will just give you a few web pages that you go through and you scroll through them. So the opportunities are endless. I think we have the agility in the region, we have the resources in the region, and we have the unique selling point that will make us lead this effort and endeavor. Events such as this are really heartwarming to me because I do believe that change starts with a few enlightened individuals that have the vision, that have the audacity to do it when others think that it's too early, and that have also the courage to take the first step. So I commend you all, and I wish you all a lot of success in this event. Thank you very much.
I am now honored to welcome on stage Fady Jameel, Vice Chairman of Community Jameel, to give the opening remarks as well.
His Excellency, Mr. Omar bin Sultan Olama, Her Excellency, Mrs. Mubarak Ibrahim, distinguished guests and speakers, ladies and gentlemen, speakers, guests, it is our privilege to be able to address you at this timely and important seminar. I would like to extend my thanks to the MIT Jameel Clinic, Wellcome Trust, and the UAE Artificial Intelligence Office for co-hosting with us today and for helping us convene such a distinguished group of panelists. I would also like to thank His Excellency Omar Al-Olama, UAE Minister of State of Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy, and Remote Work Application for his support and partnership. Finally, thank you to those who have flown to be here from Egypt, Turkey, India, and elsewhere. It's no coincidence that we are hosting this event in the UAE, a leader in advanced research and development of artificial intelligence in healthcare. We are delighted that you could be here with us today. As our expert panelists will outline shortly, we will be discussing major health challenges in the Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia, and the role of AI in addressing them. Today, we are a unique set of public health challenges made more complex by lengthening life expectancies, lifestyle choices, and climate change, now one of the biggest health threats. Over time, these factors and many others have led us to a rise in deadly, non-communicable diseases, such as cancers, diabetes, chronic respiratory diseases, and neurodegenerative diseases. Together, they are increasingly creating a significant burden on hospitals and healthcare systems. Fortunately, we'll hear today the power of data and AI in helping us to make progress towards reversing these negative trends. Modern healthcare is being reinvigorated by the widespread adoption of AI, and its growth presents a significant opportunity to tackle these challenges and enable better patient outcomes. AI in clinical settings has moved far beyond the use of computing as a simple tool to a capability that can transform the process of discovery, diagnosis, and care, from accelerating image analysis for radiology to advancing precision medicine for personalized care. AI has countless applications, with use cases continuing to multiply. Reflecting on this work is MIT Clinic and helping to put these advances into focus. The team's work over the past few years has demonstrated the value of AI and machine learning tools in making the diagnosis of diseases such as Parkinson's disease and breast cancer far more efficient and accurate than ever before. As well as helping to further drug discovery, this work, together with other partners and organizations around the world, is quickly revolutionizing care outcomes, patient experts, and access to healthcare services. Despite these promised developments, the gap between what is being achieved in research and what is filtering through into hospitals and clinic settings is growing. The next frontier is translating extensive research into clinical development and scaling them to the point that AI and data solutions are available to patients and hospitals around the region. Our objective must be to ensure that in the future, all patients will experience the transformative impact of AI. The Jameel Clinic's AI initiative has been created to achieve this exact objective. As part of this initiative, the Jameel Clinic launched a partnership with the Wellcome Trust to expand the deployment of AI technologies globally, especially in countries in the Middle East, North Africa, South Asia, with a focus on underserved communities. Together, we are building a robust coalition of researchers, clinics, hospitals, and public health to help scale up and bring the benefits of major advances in AI in the detection and treatment of diseases to patients, not just in MENASA, but around the world. To discuss this in more detail, we are joined today by Jameel Clinic's Professor Regina Barzilay, Dina Katabi, Adam Yala, and Dr. Shrooq Alsenan, as well as experts from research institutes and public health bodies from across the MENASA region. They will explain how we can build on the AI Cures initiatives in the MENASA region to open up new pathways for AI in health. I would like to conclude by once again thanking our guests for taking the time to attend this event. I would also like to express my gratitude and thanks to our hosts and panelists for leading this important initiative. Thank you very much.
Now, I am pleased to welcome our first keynote speaker, Professor Regina Barzilay, AI faculty lead at the MIT Jameel Clinic and the MIT School of Engineering Distinguished Professor for AI and Health. We please welcome you on stage, Professor Regina.
Hello. Great. So I would like to start my talk with a question. I'm sure that majority of you last year went to a hospital for whatever reason and saw your physician. How many of you actually experienced AI during your visit to your clinician? Raise your hand. Wow, there are two people. Typically when I ask this question, there is no hands. And I will tell you that when I visited my hospital at MGH, I didn't see any AI. What I wanted to say, that there is really no lack of papers with amazing, amazing algorithms that are published everywhere. And when Jameel Clinic started 5 years ago, you can barely find any AI papers published in, in state-of-the-art journals. Today, this is not the case. You open Nature Medicine, you see a lot of AI papers, and they really, really look very exciting. What I wanted to say that lots and lots of papers, but very little is truly translated. And the first speaker who was talking about His Excellency, Mr. Omar, was talking about the fact that we see GPT-3, we see a lot of technology, and this is exciting because, whenever you are buying something on Amazon, you're not really thinking that there is AI. It's just part of our life. We're not even aware when we're going to Netflix and other places. It's just there. When we are thinking about the hospitals, despite the fact that there is a huge public investment, there is a lot of private investment, it is really not translated. And what I want to do in my 20 minutes talk is really to look at the reasons why it is so and what it would take us to change it and not to write more papers about it. So if you are looking, and I want to give you a historical example so we can put it into perspective. So the example that really struck me when I was reading about it relates to the electricity. So apparently, those are the numbers. In 1870, there was the first light bulb. Very soon after, they already had a generator. It took almost 40 years until this technology got translated actually into the factories. And for these 40 years, the factories were built which were still using steam engines. And we need to think, why did they fail with the first translation? Because they actually tried to bring electricity to the factory. The reason they failed is because they were thinking about electricity in the same way as steam engine. They configured their factories in a way which definitely failed for electricity because it was optimized for steam engines. And now what we are doing here with the health system, I hope we don't need 40 years to straighten it out, but we already have a health system, and one thing that we are trying to do is to bring AI into the current structure. And as we've seen so far, there are serious issues with it. So the question is, can we do something to change it so it will not take us 40 minutes to get there? 40 years to get there. So now, let me just tell you what happens if you look at around the world and you see how the world is thinking about AI in healthcare. It's very interesting. WHO created, World Health Organization, created this huge report. It's like hundreds of pages where WHO tells us about the dangers of AI. So instead of thinking how to bring AI, the whole report is about the dangers of AI. And you can say, is there something here which actually reasonable? And one of the questions that they are addressing throughout the report is that machine learning models are trained on a particular population, which means that whatever performance you are guaranteeing whenever you are testing on that population may not scale when you are applying it to a different population. And when I'm talking population, I not necessarily mean only the race, but it can be like clinical setting. Did you train your system on the research center and then apply it in a rural clinic? How your machines are calibrated totally changes the results. Or lots of other things. So this part is really something we should expect, that it will happen, and WHO tells us that this can result in many bad outcomes. And actually, we don't even need to read the report. There were already a lot of articles in Science that demonstrate how very serious issues related, for instance, to race were uncovered after the models were in use. This is the worst part of it, that when people deploy the model, it can take very long time to realize that the model is not doing what it was supposed to be. And in this case, this is an article in Science written by the colleagues from Berkeley that identified that the model that was supposed to identify which patients require escalation to urgent care was really racially biased for various ways how it was trained, and it took them the longest time to discover it. Now, we actually have Adam Yala, who would be speaking later on today, but he and an investigative reporter from Start News made this really frightening discovery that a system for sepsis, and you can read, I actually put the front page of the story that won a report, an award for investigative reporting. That particular story tells us that a tool for detecting sepsis, which is broadly deployed in many US hospitals, AI tool, actually greatly degrades over the time, getting almost to random performance for various ways how machine learning system is trained and deployed. So these stories are actually very real stories, that even when you deploy the system, it was a good system, over time it significantly degrades. And now, the only thing that we can do, and the government can do in the US, is to create appropriate regulatory framework which actually tells you how to control for these issues. However, if you're looking at the FDA regulations, and they're constantly updated, quite recently there was a new update on the regulations, if you read them, they are what I call confused and confusing. And the reason is that FDA regulator explicitly tells you, you need to make sure that your system is not biased. So the question that comes in, how you as the one who designed the model, and they as a regulator can really determine that the system is biased or not. So you can try and show what you were trying to do, but there is really no guarantee that the system is not biased. And this is one way. So you can say, I'm really scared because there are all these bad things. As a regulators or as a government, we cannot ensure that the system is really safe and secure. On the other hand, let's think about the other hand. It's about our current health system, and I hope there are some doctors in the room. So first of all, this is the statistics from 2008. You cannot really easily find these statistics on Google, but maybe I should have tried on GPT-3. But you can see that even, in 2008, the humongous cost of clinical error, those are really bad. It increases the cost, it results in death and unnecessary procedures. And I just want to show you one simple example in the areas that I am more familiar with. It relates to diagnostics of breast cancer, basic diagnostics. So if you see here on the right, there is a kind of cutout from Boston Globe. There was an article in Boston Globe in Boston area, which is considered to be really a pinnacle of medical care, about a doctor who was systematically misdiagnosing women, and many of them got metastatic breast cancer and died. But what really struck me in this article is not this one bad actor who was not qualified, But the fact what they wrote there, that every time a woman enters today US clinic and gets her mammogram, 1 out of 8 of these women are gonna get their cancer missed, 1 out of 8. And there was a very big study looking at women from MRI, which is a high sensitivity modality, women who have BRCA gene, which are already in a very high risk of cancer. 31% of them were delayed their diagnosis by a year, meaning that if you look back on their mammogram, MRI a year, it was there in their breast, growing the whole year because the doctors missed. So what I'm trying to say, humans are not perfect. So whenever we are talking about AI, we shouldn't be just talking about AI kind of in vacuum, whether it is perfect. We should be comparing it to humans and saying, are they doing better than humans? This is the real question, and how they can supplement the human to do a better job. And today, Adam, who is now a professor at Berkeley, UCSF, but previously he was actually a student, my student at MIT, he would talk about the work that we've done on developing tools that not only can identify the current cancer, but actually predict the cancer many years in advance, both in breast and in lung. And the interesting part of this work was that we validated it around the world. And as the first speaker said, it's really crucial whenever we are developing this tool to ensure that they are working across many diverse populations. And we'll talk about it more. But when I'm thinking about scalable AI deployment, I'm thinking about 3 pieces that have to come together. The first one is regulatory landscape. And I'm very hopeful that there are people in this room who are really thinking about regulatory landscape, and we will have the whole panel about it. How do you ensure that on one hand you support safe practices, but on the other hand you are not stifling the technology and not let it grow? The second question is actually robust algorithms. And I would, in a second, tell you what I mean by that. And finally, how do you do clinical translations? Because you cannot really predict what is the best technology when you are just developing it in your lab. You have to go to clinic in a safe way and together with the clinician put it together. So let me just illustrate what I mean by it. So let me for a second talk about regulatory landscape. If you read FDA regulation, if you read European regulations, one of the key points that they are emphasizing that AI systems have to be interpretable, which means that the doctor has to be able to go to look at it and say, I agree, I disagree. Now, to me and to many others, this requirement sounds really bizarre. Why? Because if you're using AI to do something that you as a human can do, that you can validate it, it sounds a reasonable thing. So for instance, if I'm asking, does this image has calcification, which means this white dots? Yeah, AI can tell you, I'm looking at this part of the image and I can validate it. So this sounds great. But the problem is that most of the time, we are asking AI to do things that we as humans, even the experts among us, cannot do it. You cannot look today on a mammogram of a healthy woman that we consider healthy and say, is she going to get cancer in 3 years? It's like reading tea leaves. So even if the computer tells you where it is looking, it still doesn't tell you anything as a human. And when we are thinking more about developing models, when we are using genetic information, when we are using all the past history, the imaging, all together with nonlinear correlation, how do you describe it to a human that they can understand it? It's pretty much impossible. So this particular question, and actually here one of our faculty at MIT, who is also Jameel Clinic PI, Professor Marzia Gassemi, she actually wrote an article with her authors in Digital Lancet, very convincingly arguing that providing interpretability actually really gives a false hope to clinician, doesn't really provide the goods. So you kind of feel that you believe it and it makes you feel good about your decision, but it's actually very confusing. So the question is, if we cannot interpret the systems and we cannot understand what do they do, what you as a doctor are supposed to be doing? And actually, based on this question, we started working on a new technology that enables the machine, the algorithm, to self-monitor. So, as you know, for those of you who are driving, I don't, but some who do, not the driving, you're using your microwave or your coffee maker. If your machine stops working, there is a red light, and you know I shouldn't be using it. You don't need to explain. Machine doesn't need to explain why it cannot work. It is just a red light, and you know I shouldn't be using it. The algorithms that we are using today don't provide this opportunity, because you can say they give me the confidence. But the big problem of deep learning models, that their confidence is not calibrated, meaning that if the neural model tells you 90%, it doesn't really mean that 90% is correct. And in this paper, it just got accepted to Transaction of Machine Learning Research. We actually developed technology that enables you to teach the machine to identify on which examples it is calibrated, where you can trust its estimation of confidence, and on which it is not. So it learns whether it is confident about its confidence on example or not, and if it is not confident, it just abstains. So in other words, you kind of have a strategy where you say, if I don't know the answer, I'm not sure about my uncertainty, I'm not going to be returning you the answer. And this is very, very important, because then you can put the machine to cleaning, and machine sometimes just says, no, I don't know. And it is up to human to decide what do they do in this case, rather than giving to a human false confidence that it always knows. This is just one example of how we can take a regulatory question about interpretability, which we cannot deliver for most AI applications, and think about how to make it work using other algorithmic approaches. And this is the point that I'm just trying to highlight it. Instead of giving vague descriptions in regulations, we need to provide clinicians and regulators with a tool that enable them to go around it. Now I want to talk about clinical translation, because everything else is good and we can define many algorithms out there. But the question is, what is the best way to use it? Because even if you put like a mammogram machine into the hospital, there is a pathway how do you use it. They say, for instance, for women with dense breast, you may want to do ultrasound and so on. There are clinical guidelines. Today, because clinicians are not part of the AI creation, we just give them the technology, assume they're going to be using it. It's exactly what happened with electricity and steam engines. So that's why this was our motivation to start the Jameel Clinic AI Hospital Network. And the idea here is to take the tools that we already developed, published, validated in several places, and in a safe way to start deploying them in various healthcare systems. And as you can see here on the map, the systems come from multiple places. We just now signed, our first group from Saudi Arabia, and most current members are actually in both North America and Latin America, but we really are interested to expand it to the MENASA region for various reasons, as the first speaker outlined. Because what we want to see, that we are designed together with the clinician in the local system, with their local regulation and their local healthcare delivery programs, protocols for deploying AI tools, that we can check how people use the tools in different ways. And we already are seeing that depending on the healthcare system, you use the same tool in a very different ways. And we want to know that. Finally, a majority of tools that are published today, you say, my accuracy in predicting disease X is Y. I can identify trajectory of the disease with this number. But what we don't report, how does it actually change healthcare outcomes? Does it save people's lives? So we want to see that, the impact on the patients. Finally, today, one of the big problems, and I see it with FDA because I'm talking to them, that we really need to provide them feedback of how to develop AI policy moving forward, what they really should be paying attention. And unless we have this open development and we are learning from it, they are not going to be very effective in regulating it. And finally, we need to understand what are the algorithmic gaps, where the current models are not sufficient, and we will not know unless we deploy. So what I was saying, there are two gentlemen in the room. Nasser, where is Nasser? Can you raise your hand? Nasser and Ignacio. Nasser is actually our representative in MENASA region. So if you are a hospital and you are interested to join the AI Hospital Network, Nasser is here to help. And finally, I want to To finish with a thank you, I would really like to thank Mr. Jameel and his family for giving us an opportunity at MIT not only to develop the tools, but also have an opportunity to deploy them, to do it around the world, and to connect to many other groups that we would not have connected otherwise. And finally, there is a number of people here who really worked hard helping us to organize this conference. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Regina. I am now pleased to welcome our second keynote speaker, Professor Eric Xing, President and University Professor at the Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence. Please welcome.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to share some of our experiences of AI for healthcare and drug design. I put together the slides with some help from my colleague Lassan, who is sitting here, and others in short notice. So forgive me if you find missing information or any confusions. So let me begin by maybe sharing you some observations that we all see these days. It's probably not an exaggeration to say that the past 2 or 3 years to AI people, or maybe to the general public, is the age of big models. His Excellency Omar just mentioned about ChatGPT, right? So that's one of the culmination of this trend. I think ChatGPT is somewhere in here. Basically, they are, a kind of icon of the so-called big data-enabled and transformer-driven big models, right? And it actually leads to many amazing applications, as we just heard. Next page, please. And here I give you a few more examples. These are actually the output of the GPT-3, which is the backbone of the ChatGPT and other models. They do amazing things such as making translation, writing articles for you, and in fact they generate pictures of amazing quality and inspiration. They can even write codes these days, and people are talking about maybe replacing human coders in the next couple of years, right? So all these are quite amazing. Next page, please. And that naturally leads us to think, we actually have maybe a greater set of problems that we may want AI to help us solving. And can the miracle we saw, from GPT and ChatGPT, transferable to such problems? And here I highlight 2 problems, right? Given nowadays we have an avalanche of biological and pharmaceutical and clinical data, in the form of omics and phenomes and others, can we also use the same type of pre-trained foundational models, to provide solutions such as good drugs that we can use, or personalized healthcare management that we can live in healthy lifestyle and just be happy, right? And so this is actually the question I'm going to talk about today a little bit, right? We are here, we in our hands, have already built big models, which are amazing in certain domains. And also these are domains it's very easy for us to appreciate. What about we see a good article or a good picture produced from big models? We can all tell whether it is good or not. But for drug and for lifestyle prediction and management, I will argue that we have a slightly different problem. Next page, please. For example, in drug design, it's a very long process. You have to start from astronomical number of possibilities, say compounds, and then throw them into a funnel, that leads you to experience multiple series of sifting and selection, which need to prove to scientists and the audience and FDA it is effective for the body, effective for curing the disease, not having bad side effects, and maybe not having major societal and populational and environmental problems and so forth. And you actually need to, as of now, spend almost like a decade until you were able to sift from this long funnel maybe one very lucky drug to be produced into the pipeline, right? So this is a very long and expensive process in time. Not only it is expensive in time, next page will show you that it is also very expensive in dollars, right? The productivity in terms of one drug per $1 billion, is actually going into a very, very bad trend. In fact, we are now spending more money to produce drug. What does that mean? Well, that kind of suggests to me, at least, the technology of producing new drugs is not changing over the past, say, 50 or maybe 80 years, but the cost for doing that is becoming greater because labor costs, equipment costs, and many other regulational costs just keep going up. And that leads to actually a decline of productivity and cost effectiveness in drug design. That's basically the problem we're facing. This is a very different problem from what we are facing in the internet. Say, coming up with a new search engine, coming up with a smarter chat box, or maybe an artificial artist who produce the arts. All this can be validated in a rather quick fashion. But in our healthcare business, due to regulation, due to high risk, due to many other, societal and sociological issues, we actually, are facing a much greater difficulty, okay, both in terms of cost and the effectiveness, and also the complexity of the problem itself. Next page. Yeah, talking about the complexity of the problem itself. We human beings, or any, living organisms, are very complex systems of multiple, level of granularity and complexity. For example, if you look at a living material, they were just like all these furnitures and rocks, right, started from molecules. But we actually are making use of the molecules in slightly different way. They are organic molecules starting from DNA and the protein, molecules and the sequences, which encodes, the secret of life. There are informations encoded in those sequences, which will determine the structure and the function, of what is known as the macromolecules, like proteins and the ligands, antibodies and so forth. They are actually a form of protein. And then when many different kinds and the quantity of protein molecules, DNA molecules, and RNA molecules, and so on are produced, they start to interact with each other through an interaction network to form organelles inside a cell, and then to also allow the cells to interact also in a intracellular interaction network to form tissues and maybe organs. And then the organs also talk to each other through some mechanisms in our body. And then, we are seeing, human beings walking around also to form a network which allow, for example, disease to be transmitted. We see the pandemic. It's actually a problem starting from here and now showing up the effects all the way up there. We don't even have the space to show the graph. We're talking about a social network, that is not just passing informations like what we did, through our iPhone. It is a social network that is carrying the pandemic, or incubating, a new strain of viruses in some mysterious way, through physical contacts or other ways of interactions, right? So this is the spectrum and the scope of the problem we are facing, which is very different from the textual and the information and the image problems that we deal with in the internet. Next page, please. And they actually provides the targets of our problem. For example, if you look at the scale of societal and populational and the individual level, we're talking about coming up with efficient clinical diagnosis. Next page. And if you look at the cellular and the intracellular and the intercellular level activities, we're talking about now identifying a target for a drug to act on, to suppress, for example, a bad pathway or repair a defunct pathway and so forth. And you can go all the way down to here. Next page, please. You can actually read through the molecular compositions of the drugs, of the organelles, and of the materials, and then start identifying, maybe engineer a new type of antibody or a new type of small molecules. And that's actually is drug design. Right? So this is a space that we ask whether AI can be applied. In fact, AI needs to be applied because we human beings are already doing so for the past decade without very high efficiency. I show you the numbers already, right? Per $1 billion, if you're lucky, you get one drug out of it, and also need to wait for 50 years. Next page. So that scale is actually manifested in terms of complexity and the challenges from multiple dimensions. I'm going to talk about 3 dimensions, beginning from data. The data that we are facing is actually very different from the internet data. They are very interesting. They are more interesting and more complex. For example, I talk about the macroscopic scale at the societal and the individual level. You can actually measure this lady with all possible ways of data collection. For example, you can collect through the clinical visits, the information at the tissue level, at the organ level, at the behavior level, what's going wrong with this individual. Blood pressures, sugar levels, how many hours you sleep, and also images of the tissues and the organs and so forth. So there are efforts there collecting this data. In fact, I borrowed this graph from my colleague Aaron Segal, from the Weizmann Institute. He has been building a company that is systematically collecting this type of data, which he calls the human phenome. The human phenome is not only clinical and behavioral, but also can include serum examples, urine examples, blood examples, and also the omic data. Next page. And then going down toward the direction of the omic data, you actually are looking at a large profile of molecular informations in the form of protein-protein interaction networks and all the omics, like the genomics, the epigenome data, the transcriptome data, the proteome, the metabolome, and so on. You actually could produce and the imagery information of cell shapes and the morphologies and so forth. Again, this type of data is big even for a single cell when you measure it. And now we're talking about a possibility of measuring millions, if not billions, of cells of all different disease types and different conditions and so forth. So that's interesting data, gives you an ocean of a wealth of information for target discovery. You can look at what's going on at this level and find maybe a weak link for the drug to act on. Then talking about drug design, next page. Again, you have a wealth of information at the molecular level. We are actually already in the stage of collecting, lots of sequence information, chemical compound information, and RNA, DNA, protein, and you name it, right? So this basically is the data space that an AI solution for healthcare and drug design have to look into. Next page. And just give you a sense of the size of this data, we are talking about now billions of sequences, of all sorts of protein, species. We're talking about tens of billions of interactions among these molecules, and then many, many structures, many, many different types of cells, and all possible ways that you can perturb those information. So these numbers actually are only the ones that has been collected. Okay, it is by far a small fraction of what you could collect or what you could actually produce in terms of variety and the richness. So it's really a type of a data set that is multi-resolution, multi-level, multimodal, and extremely complex and interactive. And now think about this type of data comparing to what makes ChatGPT happen. ChatGPT is basically making use of all the text data in English from the internet. It sounds like very complex, but it is just one form of data, which is characters and text. We're not talking about even adding image to that. And we haven't talked about adding time series data and other signals. And in here, you can see so higher dimension of those data. So that's actually the first challenge that we are facing when we want to talk about using AI for healthcare. Next problem, next page. Yeah. Then, given such data, your approach, using AI have to be very different. In collaboration with a company called BioMap, led by Professor Le Sang from our university, we've been developing a new generation of big models, which kind of just by name may remind you the foundational model I talked about, in text, but they are actually very different. Yes, they use transformer structures and many of the ideas that we learned from NLP, from vision, to design the basic anatomy and architecture inside the model. But just by looking from a distance, you already see that one single model is not going to be solving the problem because the data is multi-resolution and multi-level. Therefore, we need to have now a nested sequence of models. Each of them are looking at the data from a different lens. It's just like you need to have multiple microscopes when you want to examine individual to put them at different lens. There needs to be a model that is good at modeling, say, sequence information to maybe turn input sequence into a prediction of their structure when they form a molecule or protein. Right? You need to have a protein-protein interaction model to predict which pair or which triplets or which complex can be formed from multiple input proteins. You also need to have a cellular model which can tell you, how these interactions between molecules could lead to cell morphological, cell functional differences and behaviors. And of course, you need to have a more system-level model to look at organs, to look at even individuals, or maybe even the social network to predict behaviors and phenomena at a higher level. So I argue that this type of modeling approach is the new frontier that is not charted yet in AI. Therefore, even for both AI basic research and also for we sitting here as practitioners in the AI for healthcare space, it is actually a very exciting but also challenging new frontier that we need to work on, which requires all of us to collaborate. Next page. And just to give you a flavor about how each of these levels look like, I just picked out old slides from many of the publications that we made at the School of Artificial Intelligence. Here is an example of a system-level model, trying to make predictions at a organ and the individual, magnitude. They need to basically have the ability to model and understand medical image, background medical knowledge graph, textual information, and now we are talking about, attention mechanisms and transformers and so forth. That is, manipulating and extracting and processing representations and insights from words, from images, and from graphs of social interactions and so forth in order to make predictions. Next page. And but the value of this model is actually quite interesting. They give you potentially very valuable personalized a lifestyle management information. For example, when information of the diabetes patient are used by this type of model, they can actually makes you give you personalized dietary suggestions to manage your blood sugar level. You can see that before management and after management is a very, very horrible spiky kind of indication of your sugar fluctuation now gets finally cooled down. Right. Next page. And at another level, your cellular network can also make use of protein interaction data, perturbation of drugs without doing the real experiments, and then through again proper encoding and information processing to make predictions about potential outcomes, at the tissue level, at the cellular level about the potential effects of protein. Therefore, you can actually have the potential to develop or to assess drug effect in silico rather than going through real wet labs. Next page. And finally, in fact, this is example about the results in one of our models, we were able to make predictions of protein drug synergistic effects better than the state-of-the-art model by developing the proper mechanisms in the cell models. Next page. And finally, this is another example about the protein model. Everybody talk about AlphaFold2, right? What's AlphaFold2? It is another foundational model that is pre-trained and able to predict now protein structures from sequences. That model is amazing in the sense that in 2 years, it generates over 1 billion structures already with a high accuracy, as good as what a human lab would generate. But in contrast, a human lab in the past 50 years of structural biology research were able to generate maybe only a few tens of thousands of structures. Therefore, this business of structural biology is now transformed into an in silico practice of using big models. And here, we also are in the process of developing and upgrading such models by using pre-trained language models to turn them into protein language models in order to predict structures. The next page is showing you some of the good results that we've able to obtain, which outperforms even the AlphaFold2, by a pretty significant margin. So with that, I want to close down to a few open, opportunities that we are facing. Next page, which is to develop the AI system, in a collaboration with all the downstream application people to, fast track the process I just mentioned. Next page. We have now a wealth of large models which already have a very, very important kind of potential and interesting, initial success. But how to repurpose them to downstream tasks like structure prediction, interaction prediction, perturbation prediction, drug effects, and the risk and so forth, indeed, as Regina just mentioned, is a very, very big challenge. Controlling the uncertainty, exposing potential risk, it's actually requiring a lot of new work, next page, which require you to rethink about how to program the data processing, how to redesign the architecture, how to tune the models and so forth. And that requires actually a new kind of a wave of theory and engineering practices, which I'm going to quickly illustrate. For example, there needs to be, in fact, right now we have bottlenecks of AI at all levels of machine learning, including the very basic needs of designing new models in a more rapid and a more predictive fashion. Next page. And tuning such models, like every car when you roll out need to be fine-tuned, how to fine-tune them very rapidly. Next page. And how to train them more effectively by using computer clusters rather than single machines. Many people didn't realize that the AlphaFold2 model is actually trained on 1 GPU machines, which is the bottleneck of its effectiveness. Right. Next page, how to actually pipeline and also schedule many users. If we are in the collaboration, how about letting all of us to use the same cluster more efficiently? Next page. How to make the pipeline more smooth and automatable so that we can fast track the production process. And finally, next page, codeless, code-free automation that we can let, for example, the doctors themselves to play with our system and come up with new experiments. That actually leads to next page, a level, a myriad of machine learning applications and the needs that I called, a stack of machine learning that starts from data all the way down to hardware and the infrastructure innovations. And this is basically what is required right now to drive through the next wave of AI adoption and innovation in the space of healthcare and drug design. So with that, I want to conclude my presentation in next page, where the goal is to really develop the next generation machine learning and the AI system. Next page, which allow us to do a higher level of machine learning and AI discovery, which is not just to make simple applications like GPT-3 and ChatGPT, but more complex applications, such as I just suggested in AI and drug space and the healthcare space, which requires you to worry about the performance of the system at a multitude of different dimensions, including the system performance that makes them more efficient and cost-effective, also the user performance, so that they can basically become cheaper and also safe, and also even eco-performance, so that we can contain, for example, the greenhouse emission and the trustworthiness and all such. Right? I want to say that there are promises nowadays exist in our research, but we don't have the solution to all that yet. And that's why we need to promote and incubate more fundamental research and also applied research in the MENA region. And that's actually what brought me here to lead the University of Artificial Intelligence, His Excellency Omar just mentioned. In the past 2 years, I've been spending my time here building this new university, and I can proudly claim that now we do have the capacity, to undertake many of the applications and the problems I just mentioned. The university right now is already ranked first in MENA as a top CS and AI university, and its AI programs are particularly phenomenal. It is now ranked 23rd worldwide as a AI research institution measured by publications and other type of innovations. So I look forward to start collaborating, with all the parties sitting here. I see my friend from IBM here already. We recently signed a contract with them to build a joint center of excellences, actually focusing on studying language and healthcare. So I look forward to having more logos to appear on our page to really, jointly, push for, the boundary of AI for healthcare and drug design. Thank you very much.
Now, please welcome our third keynote speaker, Professor Dina Katabi, Professor of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science at MIT, MIT Principal Investigator at the MIT Jameel Clinic, MacArthur Fellow, member of the National Academy of Engineering, and President of Emerald Innovations. Please, we welcome you on stage.
مرحبا. أنا سعيدة كتير اليوم إني أكون هون وكون عم أقدم هالتوك لأودينس عربية بدبي. طبعاً هذا الشيء بيشرفني. Today اليوم رح أحكي معكم عن كيف ممكن نستخدم AI والدور اللي ممكن يلعبه Artificial Intelligence بمستقبل النظام الطبي والنظام الصحي. أهم شيء نطلع له كيف AI كيف machine learning و AI ممكن نستخدمهم اليوم بحيث إنه نقدر نحسن الطب والصحة. إذا طلعنا بكل الأرجاء الأشياء المتعلقة بالطب والنظام الصحي بالشرق الأوسط مثلاً وحتى بأمريكا وبأوروبا. واحدة من الأشياء الكبيرة المهمة إنه عنا aging population، إنه في عنا أمراض مزمنة كثيرة، في عنا ناس متقدمين بالسن بيحتاجوا رعاية صحية، ثمن الرعاية الصحية ازداد بشكل كبير كثير. كيف ممكن AI يساعدنا بكل هالأشياء؟ كيف ممكن يساعدنا إنه نعمل diagnosis ما إنه ممكن اليوم مثلاً بأمراض مثل الزهايمر مثل باركنسونز؟ هل ممكن يساعدنا بهالأشياء هيدي ولا لا؟ فكل هالأشياء هيدي رح أحكي عنها اليوم. Okay, so the future that everyone is talking about today is data-driven healthcare at the home of the patients. Okay, so we all want to use the big data, and so that we can run machine learning on that data. We can understand when diseases start before even the patient complains and before they end up in the hospital. And we can bring that healthcare system to their homes so that we can reduce hospitalization, we can intervene before problems escalate. Okay? But how can we do this? How can we get clinical data from the home? Today, if you try to get clinical data from the home, what are you going to do? Are you going to ask your patient to wear a nasal probe on their nose? Are you going to ask them to wear, like this woman here, you put all of these electrodes on their head and body to understand their sleep? How about their walking, like if it's a Parkinson patient, are you going to put these like electrodes on their head, on their body and their limbs? This is just cumbersome, infeasible really, to do in the home. So where are we getting this big data? What if someone comes and tells you, you know, like all of you guys have Wi-Fi at home, correct? So imagine if that Wi-Fi box is much smarter. That Wi-Fi box can sit in the background of the home and measure your breathing, your heartbeats, your sleep, your mobility, interaction with caregivers, everything. So this is exactly what we did in my team. We invented this new Wi-Fi-like box that sits in the background and analyze the radio signal in the environment. Like now you guys are sitting here, there is radio signal that is bouncing off your body. We can analyze these radio signals using AI, and from that, we can get breathing, heartbeat, interaction with caregiver, mobility, sleep stages, sleep apnea, all of them. We call this Wi-Fi-like box the Emerald box. And it's based on this new way of using artificial intelligence to analyze the radio signal that bounce off our bodies. Okay, so let me show you a few videos that allow us to understand how this works. So here's an example of a home. Radio signals traverse walls and occlusion, and they bounce off the human body because our bodies are full of water. Some of these signals come back to our smart device. In this case, it will detect a fall and analyze it and give a signal through a message to the caregiver. So let me show you more videos of what we can do with real people. So this is the office of one of my students at MIT. And the device is not even in this office. We are going to monitor him from behind the wall. See that big arrow here? So the device is in the adjacent office, and we're going to monitor how he's going to move from behind the wall because wireless signal traverse walls. So look at how he moves. Do you see that red dot on the side? You see that the algorithm is able to track him. See? Follow the red dot and his movement. So we can track him very accurately through a wall just based on how his movement is changing the radio signal around him. Now from that, of course, we can tell a lot about movement disorders like in Parkinson, Huntington, a variety of diseases, even fatigue and pain from the movement. But we can do more than that. In fact, also, I want to note whatever we do, we compare with the gold standard. In this case, is a device called the Motion Viking Room, and that requires like putting sensors on his head and body, but we can do it completely with radio signal. Now, here we tracked him as a dot on a floor. Can we do more? What do you guys think? Can we get the full human figure through walls and using purely the radio signal? I see people nodding. Of course, I mean, if we can't, I wouldn't be telling you about it or asking you this question. So let me show you what we can do. So here, the big frame is what the wireless device can do. You see that that small figure on the top is so that you can know what is happening inside the room. And I'm going to play this video for you. So look when he sits on the chair, how the wireless signal tells us that he's sitting on a chair. When he moves with his right foot, we can tell that he's moving with the right foot. When he moves with the left foot, we can tell, and we can do it through walls, and we can do it only with radio signals. What else can we monitor? What do you guys think? Heart rate, yes. What else? Breathing, correct. What else? Not temperature yet, but it is actually possible. But temperature is easy, I mean. So what do you guys think? Can we tell if somebody is dreaming, is in REM stage, for example? Yes, we can. Okay, so I'm gonna show you a few examples of all of these things. So when you sleep, when you sleep, your brain go into different modes: awake, light sleep, deep sleep, and rapid eye movements, the stage in which we dream. Now, of course, knowing about these sleep stages is very important if you have a sleep disorder. But actually, it's really important for a variety of diseases. Like, for example, people who have Alzheimer's have problems with the slow waves during deep sleep. People who have depression, one of the aspects of depression is very early REM. And SSRIs, the drugs that are used to treat depression, SSRIs, are also REM oppressant. So today, if you want to measure these sleep stages, you send someone to a sleep lab, they put all of these electrodes on their head and body, and they ask them to sleep like this. Anyone have been to a sleep lab before? I see one person in the audience. It's not a happy experience, as you can see. Okay? And you can do it maybe like once, twice. It's very expensive, it's uncomfortable to the person. Now, what if we can measure the same thing exactly at home without any electrodes on their head and body? Let me show you. This is our device. We transmit very low power wireless signal, analyze the reflection using AI, and spit out the sleep stages throughout the night. This is something called a hypnogram. For every 30 seconds, it tells you which sleep stage the person is in. It's what you get when you send somebody to a sleep lab. And of course, as I told you, everything that we monitor, we compare to the gold standard, and we publish peer-reviewed publications to show high accuracy. This one is sitting and breathing like you, and what you see on the screen is his inhales, exhales. We ask him to hold his breath, and you see the signal stays at a steady level. Because he exhaled, he did not inhale. And again, without touching him. Completely just because his chest is changing the electromagnetic waves around him. And again, everything that we do, we compare to the gold standard. In this case, is an FDA-approved device that you put on the chest of the patient, like you do in a sleep lab, for example. So let me show you the signal. The signal is the breathing signal, the inhales and the exhales. You see these small blips on the signal? There are his heartbeats. So we can actually get his heartbeats without touching him. Over the last couple of years, we have been used by many pharma companies, many doctors and patients, and we deployed our devices throughout the US with patients who have Alzheimer's, Parkinson, Crohn's, lupus, variety of diseases. In fact, as we are speaking now, our devices are deployed with patients in variety of diseases, collecting data, trying to understand their diseases, helping patients and doctors. And I want to show you some of the results with some of our patients. Particularly, I'm going to focus on disease called Parkinson's. Okay? So for people who are not familiar with Parkinson, Parkinson is a motion disorder. It's actually the second most common neurological disease in the world after Alzheimer's. And it is the fastest neurological disease in growth in the whole world. So I mean, many people recognize Parkinson with the tremor. Okay. So we deployed our devices with Parkinson patients, and we have important results that we published recently in Nature Medicine and Science Translational Medicine. So let me show you a bit of the results. So what you see here, this is actually one of the patients. So what you see, this green box at the top is the Emerald device. You see the blue curve. This is 2 hours of motion of this patient. And you see that the blue curve goes between the bed, the chair, and the bathroom, etc. Now, we take all of these curves, all of this motion, and try to understand the life of this person and their overall health. So we get this graph. So let me explain this graph for you. So this graph, every circle is 1 day. Now you see 0 at the top is midnight, 12 at the bottom is noontime. Every circle is 1 day. The innermost circle is the first day of the study, and the outermost circle is the last day of the study. Okay? So here we have about 2 months of the life of this individual. Now, look at the blue region. Blue refers to his sleep. And you see the blue, actually the blue is very fragmented at the beginning, like near the center of this graph. The blue is very fragmented. Do you see that? So his sleep was disastrous at the beginning of the study. But as we go toward the outer circles, which are the end of the study, we see that the blue is getting consolidated. So his sleep is improving. Okay? So now let's look at the green. The green is when he sits on a chair. So remember here, for example, like you see that chair and the blue curve on it, he likes to sit on the chair. So you see green all over the place. This is a person who wakes up, sits on the chair. That's almost the only thing that he does with his life. This is very worrisome. If you are a doctor treating this patient, you recognize that he has a very sedentary life. This patient is likely to have more problems over time. Now, what else do we see here? So I want you to look at, you see around 8 a.m., between 6 and 9, around 8 a.m., there is a cone of yellow. Do you see that? In the middle between the 6 and 9. Okay, there is a cone of yellow. Yellow refers to the time he goes to the bathroom for his toileting and showering. Now, you see the blue stops around 3, 4 a.m. in the morning. The guy wakes up around 3, 4 a.m. in the morning, sits on a chair until exactly 8 a.m. when we see the cone of yellow to go to the bathroom for his showering and toileting. That's really surprising, isn't it? Like, we all wake up, go do our showering and toileting. Why would you sit on a chair for 4 hours until exactly 8 a.m. to do showering and toileting? Can you guys guess? Exactly, waiting for a caregiver. This person cannot even do the basic things in life, doing his showering and toileting on his own. And with just a smarter Wi-Fi box, we know all this data about him. Now, I want you to look here around 17. Like you see, there is kind of like a cone of white between 17 and 18. So 18 is 6 p.m., 17 is 5 p.m. So between 5 to 6 p.m., we see white. White refers to the time when he's not around, we can't discover him from the wireless signal, so he has left his unit. This person lives in an assisted living community, and we monitor him in his unit. But this data tells us that between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m., he's not in his unit. And this happens every single day, except actually for 1 day, you see there is 1 day where we see connection, there is a blue and green that is interrupting that white cone. So on that day, he was in his unit. So what's going on here? This is a person who lives in an assisted living community. The dinner time in that community is 5 to 6. So every single day, he goes and has dinner with other people in the community, except on 1 day that we see here, and he wasn't feeling well. He came back, and he was in his unit. And remember, we didn't ask questions. We didn't ask the person what happened. We didn't ask the nurses or the people in the assisted living community. All this information just by putting a smarter Wi-Fi box in his unit. Okay? But I want to show you even more. So this is response to medications. So any of you guys is a physician? Who are the physicians in this room? Okay? Kind of, okay. So for people who are not very familiar with Parkinson, Parkinson is a disease for which we have really only one type of drugs today, which is called levodopa. the drug does not treat the disease. It's like kind of like Alzheimer, you can think about it. We can just control the tremor, but we don't cure the disease, okay? So the patient takes those drugs and feels better, but then after some time, the drugs wears off and the patient feels bad again, okay? So let's see what's happening to this patient and how we can think about the medication effect. Okay, so what I'm plotting here on the x-axis is the time in the day. So 4 is 4 a.m. and 3 is 3 a.m. So this is like the hour of the day. On the y-axis is the gait speed, like how fast he moves, okay? So I want you just to look at the red line. So this patient takes his medication around 6 a.m. And you can see immediately around 6:30, like after he takes his medication, he can walk faster. The red line goes higher. Now, within 2 hours here, his speed starts going down again because the medication's effect wears off. So until here, so he takes his second dose of medication. And you see the gait again going up. And every time he takes a dose of medication, you see he can move much faster, and within 2 to 3 hours, the medications wears off, and the gait again goes down. So we can show the doctor exactly how the medication is impacting the patient so that they can adjust the medication for the patient for the optimal outcome. What else can we do? So one of the questions that were asked in the morning, can AI diagnose diseases for us? Now, Parkinson's, in the sense, is very similar to Alzheimer. It's very hard to diagnose at the beginning. And in many cases, nowadays, Parkinson gets diagnosed about 5 to 10 years after the disease has started. The reason for that is because we rely on motion. We wait until the person has tremor, they have difficulty moving, before we can diagnose Parkinson's. That's the only way we diagnose Parkinson's today. So can we ask machine learning, can we ask AI to diagnose Parkinson for us? But maybe if we do that, we can diagnose Parkinson from something else, without any motion, so that hopefully we can diagnose it earlier. So this is exactly the question that we asked. We asked, can AI diagnose Parkinson from breathing, from someone's breathing during their sleep? Now we know from even the writings of Dr. James Parkinson, the doctor who discovered the disease, and the disease was named after him, that breathing changes in Parkinson's. But can we use that to diagnose Parkinson's? So we took breathing signals, we trained a neural network, and we asked it to solve 2 questions. First, does this person have Parkinson's? So look at the breathing of someone, use the machine, and tell us whether he has Parkinson's. And if he does have Parkinson's, tells us whether, like, what is the severity of his disease, how advanced the disease is. So that is this question. We collaborated with Mayo Clinic, with MGH, University of Rochester Medical Center. We got a large amount of data from 7,000 individuals, 700 of whom have Parkinson's. And actually, we were able to diagnose Parkinson's from someone's breathing. So let me show you the results. So here, if you don't know what this curve is, this is just a standard way of presenting data in machine learning and actually the medical community. So it's called the ROC curve. The only thing that you have to focus on is this number here, the AUC. This tells you that with probability 90%, we are able to diagnose Parkinson's from someone's breathing. And that breathing is obtained using radio signals without touching them. I want to finish by showing you some results from monitoring patients with COVID-19. So, of course, with COVID-19, it's like particularly at the beginning, the disease is very contagious. You isolate people. And when you have someone who's old and they have many comorbidity, you really need to know whether they are fine. Like, how are they recovering? Are they recovering fine, despite the fact that you cannot see them, you cannot enter their room? So we monitor COVID patients with our device so that to understand the recovery process and check that patients, particularly older patients, are recovering fine. So here what you see is the breathing signal of this patient. And this is his breathing on April 7, and you see that his breathing rate is 23 breaths per minute. There you see the breathing rate on April 11, and it's only 18 breaths per minute. So as the patient is recovering, the breathing rate is going down and going back to its actual baseline. Okay? Another thing that happens is as the patient recovers between April 8 and April 7, the patient can move faster. The patient is getting more agile. So here you can see this green dot is the patient, and in both cases moving from the chair to the bathroom. And you can see on April 11, 4 days after they got diagnosed, they are moving much faster, they are more agile in their movement, and they have less fatigue. But of course, not all patients recover without problems. Sometimes patients do have problems, and indeed, by being able to monitor them using this device, we can detect changes that can be problematic. So let me show you this patient who actually was rehospitalized. So each one of these blue curves is an histogram of his breathing. And you see different days, April 8, April 9, April 10. So at the beginning, his breathing rate was decreasing, moving from 20 toward 15 breaths per minute. And then on April 14, suddenly, the breathing rate just jumped. And indeed, the patient got breathing problems, and he ended up in the hospital. He stayed in the hospital for a whole week, you see, from April 14 to April 21, and then he came back, and the breathing now is improving again, and eventually the patient recovered. So what I showed you is that we actually can use passive data to create a whole understanding of how patients live in their homes, what they are like suffering from, if there is any exacerbation, they're being able to measure all these health signals remotely, just using what looks like a smarter Wi-Fi box in their home. We have created a startup company to bring this technology to patients and doctors. And currently, we are working with some of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world, because actually one of the things that they are using the device for is also to do clinical trials with new drugs to understand those drugs in patient homes. And also, the devices are deployed with multiple hospitals, including Mayo Clinic, MGH, and Brigham and Women. And finally, I would love to talk to you more about this. If you are interested in working with us, please email me. My email is fairly easy, dina@ai.mit.edu. Thank you very much. Really appreciate being here.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much to all our first speakers. I would like to now invite you all to our first coffee break. You can find light refreshments in the lobby. I ask you all to come back at 11 a.m. for the first panel discussion of today's conference that will focus on unlocking the power of data and evidence for public health. Enjoy your coffee break. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've all enjoyed your coffee break. I am excited to present to you our first panel, Unlocking the Power of Data in Healthcare, which will look at the ways in which AI tools solutions can be integrated in the public health sector The panel will be moderated by Dr. Adam Yala, assistant professor at the UC Berkeley and at the UCSF, and recent alumni at the MIT Jameel Clinic. You can start.
Okay, very excited to be here. Thank you all for joining. So the point of this panel is we're going to talk about the potential of AI and machine learning to unlock the vast resources we have retrospective data to improve public health. So just to start off, I'd love to kind of go in order, talking about how your work and your background kind of touches on this issue, how you think about the broad opportunities in the space, what needs to be built, and how to translate it. And so to get started, would you like to take the lead and introduce yourself and tell us about your work?
I hope it's working. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here, and it's a pleasure to be here and joining the panel, and thank you, Community Jameel, for the invitation. I'm Kashif Rajpoot. I work at the University of Birmingham Dubai now, but previously I worked in our Birmingham campus in the UK. I've been in AI for about 20 years now. Initially started with the ultrasound images and then moved into other kind of data. Recently, I've been working with computational pathology, which is utilizing AI for analyzing pathology images to understand cancer for diagnostic or treatment planning purposes, for example. And another important study I've worked on is to do with hearts. Heart has been very close to my heart. I've worked on ultrasound of the heart as well, but I worked with the cardiac electrophysiology, which is to do with understanding how the electrical activity works for the heart. This was mainly on the mouse model, but we've conducted some studies with the human heart as well. Typically, we know that human heart, we analyze it through electrocardiogram, for example, to understand the electrical activity, but that's a very macroscopic level information. We can do much more than that to understand the diseases like arrhythmia, for example, and atrial fibrillation. So that's another study. That's a very brief overview. I think we can go into more detail as we progress the discussion. Thank you.
Let's take a lead.
All right, good morning. This is Mohammed Alhamid. I'm the director of the Center of Healthcare Intelligence at King Faisal Specialist Hospital, Mustashfa al-Malik Faisal al-Takhassusi. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation. We created the center in 2019 with the hope of applying AI and data-driven systems for the sake of improving the patient outcomes and the quality care. The idea was that we have to rely on our research center and our ecosystem to push out of the pipeline some kind of applied AI use cases that can have certain outcomes and objectives that really reflect on the patients at the end of the day. So after 2 years, it's an exciting journey. We were able to drive more than 10 use cases fully deployed and developed in-house. And on the 2 decades of data that the King Faisal Specialist Hospital was hoping to keep and clean data that in terms of structures, unstructures, and also computer vision related images as well.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's Emre from the Khalifa University of Science and Technology in Abu Dhabi. It's a pleasure to be here. So my research interest is in risk management for patient safety and quality. And more recently, we are focusing on understanding the implication of AI and try to see how we can leverage AI to proactively identify the patient safety risks. So we have multiple collaborations with the local and international institutes, and most recently we started working with the Sheikh Khalifa Medical City Hospital in Abu Dhabi, as well as Cleveland Clinic Abu Dhabi hospitals, and we try to understand how we can proactively help identify patient safety risks with the use of AI. So this is our main interest that we can elaborate further later on. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. And my name is Mohammed Yaqub. I am a faculty at Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence and a fellow at the University of Oxford. I lead the Biomedia Group, which is a group of 30+ researcher, PhD, master students working in AI in healthcare, working on many different problems such as cardiovascular, pulmonary diseases, oncology, and many others. And we collaborate with many different institute in the UAE, especially hospitals such as Emre mentioned, who I collaborate with, Sheikh Shakhbout Medical City and Department of Health, which is something I probably will talk about later on, and many other places in the UAE and Abu Dhabi to help solve major healthcare problems. I'll just give you one quick example. We have a big project on fetal congenital heart diseases. This is a major problem all over the world. There's almost 1 million child born every year with that disease, with the heart diseases, and more than 50% are missed during pregnancy. So we're developing AI solution to predict these sorts of diseases during pregnancy. Okay, I'll leave the discussion for more things to say later on. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you all for these great overviews. So to get started, I'd love to kind of ask each of you to kind of dive into one of your many AI use cases in depth and kind of say how you think about finding the right clinical problem and kind of framing this really to make it targeted to local context. And what are things we can do as a community to kind of accelerate this line of research to make both the right data available to tackle these questions and also the right problem framing and kind of easing collaborations between disciplines to make these kind of things happen. Would you like to start off, Dr. Rajpoot?
I'll get started, but it's a long question, so I'll try to answer as much as I can remember as part of the question. I think one thing I would pick is the cancer study I worked on very recently, and it's linked to clinic. The heart one I was referring to earlier is more for medical research, understanding arrhythmia. Anyone in the room from pathology clinic or cancer study? No? Nevertheless, I think cancer we know is the killer disease, second after cardiovascular, kills about 10 million people every year around the world. If anybody has any suspicion for cancer, they would visit clinic, they would get some of the scans done, be it ultrasound, MRI, or CT, but all of these are macroscopic level scans. Once the suspicion is confirmed, they would then want to understand what type of cancer do they have, which subtype, or for example, what's the severity of it. And they need to do biopsy. So through a needle insertion, they could pick the tissue sample and put it under the microscope and capture images. And nowadays, digital pathology scanners are available, which can acquire very high resolution data. Our typical mobile phones nowadays are 100, 200 megapixel at max, the best phones out there. These scanners can capture multi-gigapixel resolution data. Of the tune of 7-8 gigapixel easily. The current practice still is that a pathologist would sit down, put the tissue under the microscope or image on the screen, zoom in, out, move it away, and do all of the analysis. So through naked eye analysis, it can be very time consuming, it can be very tiresome as well, and fatigue can happen and it could impact obviously the results. AI can obviously be used to analyze this high resolution imaging data through the modern deep learning nowadays, but previously it was the image processing and the conventional machine learning. And there has been, I think computational pathology, it would be right to say, is one of the most active areas in medical image analysis, medical AI nowadays in the world. Lots and lots of developments have happened. None of them have yet reached to the clinic stage in terms of diagnostic completely, but some of them have made it to the clinic for viewing purposes, for example. So the study that we worked on was, in order to analyze these images, what routinely happens is different research groups around the world would pick up data either from their own clinic or available from multi-centers around the world. There's one very popular in the world called TCGA, the Cancer Genome Atlas. Part of it is imaging data, part of it is genetic data. We, for now, have worked on the imaging data. And we've worked of the tunes of 10,000 whole slide images, as it is called. 10,000 in this day and age would be considered very small, but this is medical data. This is coming from clinics. It needs to go through all of the ethical process also. And the idea is that how can we unify the research activity across the community rather than everybody coming up with their own ideas of how to solve the problem, analyzing the images, be it for diagnostic purposes or microscopic analysis purposes in an automatic way. Why don't we produce a way that can unify the research activity? So I'll give an example. Given that the image size is extremely huge, multi-gigapixel, There is no computer on Earth, supercomputers included, which can take all of this image and process it through a deep learning network. We just don't have the infrastructure available for now. So what people would typically do is distribute this image into smaller sub-images and analyze them separately, kind of how the pathologists would analyze it in their clinic. But we felt that that has its limitation. You're not looking at the holistic picture all at once. So we came up with the idea of producing a holistic representation, analyzing this multi-gigapixel resolution such that we construct a newer representation given the whole image, and such that this representation can be used by other people. So what we worked on is taking these thousands of images available from multi-centers and different population also. If we get the whole image, we can identify which 16 different types of tissue it belongs from. And those 16 different types of tissue at microscopic level were identified through deep learning also. So
So I want to ask so this is a clearly incredibly complex space. There's literally a lot of great work to be done. And it's, I think histopathology is one of those areas where there's so much data, it's hard to imagine how we're going to encapture all of it without these kind of AI approaches you're describing. So one thing I'd love to discuss is how you kind of engage the clinical community in what is the question we're asking with AI, because you can imagine working on diagnosis, treatment response, comorbidities, and kind of how do you think about finding the right questions to be asking and engaging the clinical community in doing so beyond the technical side of the picture?
Right, that's a very interesting question. So I think part of the motivation for coming up with the solution was that most of the deep learning-based methods nowadays, they're not explainable, they're not interpretable. If you want to use them for decision making, you don't know how they've reached to the decision. So how can we increase the interpretability of this system? And that's where I think the interaction with the pathologist at the time of conception of this study was important. The data in this case wasn't coming directly from our clinic. It was coming from publicly available data, thanks to the, I think, resources which have been put by the government. But the idea was with the clinicians, pathology clinicians sitting down and agreeing that, look, we need to come up with a system which should be interpretable by humans also, which should be explainable in some way. So part of the study was coming up with the descriptions of the images that we can then present to the pathologist that, look, this is what the system is coming up with.
Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Alhamid, would you like to take a turn kind of describing both the use case and how you think about what's the right problem formulation, kind of engaging the community given the broad breadth of use cases you've already explored?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I will take a few steps to answer that question. And the steps that I want to take is, when it comes to AI, we came up with 3 initiatives strategically to decide which use case we have to take. First is having a very clear governance model. And out of those governance models, we came up with 16 different AI groups. Those 16 AI groups covers all the healthcare services that's provided within the hospital. King Faisal Specialist Hospital is a tertiary care. That means it's referral hospitals for really very advanced cancer cases. And our objective is how we can highlight those use cases that really touch on those kind of patients, complicated cases in a typical day. And then out of the brainstorming, out of the model that we came up with, we identified that radiology will be the right and important surface that we have to focus on for the first year. And out of this discussions, we came up with really 4 use cases that really touches on the patient. First is we have to find a way where we can help the biophysicist to contour the tumor on the brain. In every single case, the biophysicists spend 5 business days just to finalize the contouring for a single tumor in the brain. That's a huge, long process. For a cancer patient, that's really very delayed clinical process that has to be enhanced. So we came up with the radiologist, we sat down with the oncologist, and out of that process, we came up with an AI models that automatically contour the tumor in the brain and help them to find the volume of the tumors to help identifying the chemotherapy amount that is doses and so on. That is really needed for the case to be sent back to the oncologist. Another couple of use cases is transplant. Finding and matching a donor for kidney or for liver using computer vision is very, very promising. In our situation, we use computer vision models to contour and segment the livers, the kidney, etc., to match the profile of the patient and the profile of the donor to automatically, on the fly, identify potential candidates for this kind of donations. Third use case was identifying abnormality when it comes to X-rays. In the hospitals, on an annual basis, we take more than 120,000 X-rays. That's a huge amount of X-rays being taken on a daily basis. So what we did is we wanted to identify, switch the system from first come, first serve into something that is more proactive, focusing on the cases that really matters the most, and help the radiologists to focus on the cases that really need their attention at really early stages. So out of this kind of experimentation and research that we have to do, we came up with different kind of models for renal as well, for the renal segmentation, and as well for liver segmentation as well. The fourth use case, which is really sounds really very simple, but it's very impactful, is there was one use case, one patient was missed from the radiologist to report a cancer. And the problem was the radiologist wrote this nice report, very effective, very detailed, but the oncologist did not really pay attention to read the details. What we did, we used NLP to really highlight the key keywords, very simple, and matches with the profile of the patient to say that have you looked into those kind of portion of the report and what action you have to document as an oncologist, what action have been taken in the medical care. So these are the use cases I can tell today.
Fantastic.
All right, thank you. So on top of all these examples, the case studies that we are working on are related to medical errors. I think Dr. Regina mentioned the implications of medical errors, financial implications. But for us to just initiate the idea of medical errors, they constitute a big challenge, harming thousands of people around the world every year. And it is the third leading cause of death following cancer and heart disease. And based on research by Johns Hopkins researchers, I think around 213,000 people die annually by the medical errors. So it's a huge issue. And what we try to understand is whether we can really identify all these medical errors and their contributory factors, causes proactively. But before moving on to AI or any new technology, I think we really need to understand the current culture in the hospital. So because when you talk to the physicians, based on your question, you need to really understand what is the baseline. So in terms of patient safety risk identification, for example, the main tool that the hospitals are using simply incident reporting. So something goes wrong and that they identify. So there is no really system that can help them to be proactive, that can help them to be preventive. So I think the initial point for us to really understand what is the organizational culture embedded in terms of risk management so we can take beyond with the implication of AI. To be able to implement the AI in multiple case studies, so my PhD researchers are also here, I would like to acknowledge them, that we are working on multiple projects with Sheikh Shabut Medical City Hospital. So we are trying to come up with prediction models for patient falls, which is a huge problem, CLABSI, an infection, COTI, another infection, AKI, acute kidney injury. But the thing is, most of these medical errors are not because of the patients. Most of the time, there are systematic issues behind these medical errors. So we try not only collect the data from patients, but also collect data from the hospitals related to operations. So the operational factors, including the safety culture in the hospital, the availability of resources, the equipments, anything that can really be associated with the medical error. So by training, I'm a system engineer, and we try to come up with a holistic approach to understand what can really go wrong behind the medical error. So I think this should be the baseline. So when we talk to the physicians, I think we also need to understand their needs and requirements. So because at the end of the day, even though we have patients at the center of everything we do, but the physicians, we need to really understand and we need to talk the same language. I mean, yes, AI, when it comes to the data, maybe as computer scientists, we talk about the black box, but for the physicians, I think we need to see, find opportunities to make it kind of a white box. How to explain it to the physicians as well as the patients, I think the key to, really leverage the AI in healthcare.
Dr. Yaqub, could you offer your perspective?
Thank you. So I'll probably just mention 3 use cases from the different ones that we're working on, but that's over the last 10 years that I worked on different things. So starting from like about 2014, one of the major problems over the world is how to assess fetal health. So if you have children, like during pregnancy, there's a chance that that child might have a problem. So in 2014, back at the University of Oxford, we looked at the stats, and what stats says that there's 140 million child born every year. 3 million at least have problems. A lot of them, they're not detected during pregnancy. So we try to tackle that problem. And then what we did is just to just briefly tell you, is that we worked in a study at the university to assess fetal health from ultrasound images using artificial intelligence, and we built AI models to do that. This has become later on a startup, then followed by a licensing by GE Healthcare. And believe it or not, now it's working on patients. So there are AI solutions in the hospital now, but probably you don't see it. So in 2022, this system has gone to GE Healthcare ultrasound machines. So that's the first use case. Who have solved that problem? Just to answer the question that you alluded to my colleague Kashif. I didn't solve this problem alone. I solved it with a big team of clinicians and doctors from the hospital, plus software engineers who needed to build that, and AI engineers, machine learning engineers. And we worked closely with companies, big companies. So really to have AI solutions to be used in patients, and that's my goal. I am a researcher, but I believe that the research that doesn't lead to good outcomes to people is not really as beneficial. So that's the first use case, is the development of AI solutions for the assessment of fetal health during pregnancy, which is now in clinical practice. So the second one I want to talk about, which 2 of my students are here working on it heavily, is one of the cancers. We know that cancer is the second lead cause of death worldwide, so we focus on some cancers, 2 cancers in particular. So the one I'm going to talk about is head and neck cancer. This is a cancer that happens somewhere here, and it is, I think it's the 7th common cancer all over the world. And the problem is that it just takes a long time to diagnose, to quantify, to also to tell what is the right treatment plan. So what we did is we developed AI solutions that can first segment and quantify head and neck cancer from PET and CT scans. And then on top of that, we developed algorithms that can tell or tell you how long this patient will survive. This is very important because it helps clinicians make important decisions related to treatment. So the third use case, which is I think is probably also very interesting, and that's it reflects who you need to connect to solve a major problem. So we now say that cancer is the second leading cause of death and cardiovascular is the first. What do you think is the leading cause of death or the projected leading cause of death in 20 years' time? What would be? Cancer? Heart attack? It's currently metabolic diseases. But actually, the WHO projected that simple things that we actually now get every season is bacterial infection. So our bodies are developing resistance to many antibiotics, and that's a major problem. We have antibiotics that sort of work. Many people are getting more and more resistant to these antibiotics, and in 20 years' time, it's projected to have a large number of people dying from their body that will not be able to actually, the antibiotic will not be able to help them at all. So what pharmaceutical companies are trying to do, build some antibiotics, which is not beneficial. So a lot of them have stopped doing that. So what the project I'm working on in partnership with Department of Health, is to utilize artificial intelligence by help solve some of the problems related to antimicrobial or antibacterial resistance. And the way we're doing it is to help support doctors make decisions on what is the right antibiotic to prescribe instantly to the patient. Because typically in clinical practice, a patient comes with a bacterial infection. What the doctor should do is prescribe antibiotic, but the doctor has to make a decision which one. And if you do the wrong, if you don't prescribe the right one, it may not work. So what they do, they send also a sample to lab culture, which takes 2 days. It's too long. So the project that is in partnership with Department of Health and Sheikh Khalifa Medical City in Abu Dhabi is looking into developing machine learning solution that can instantly suggest to the doctor what is the most suitable antibiotic to prescribe. If we solve this problem, we can hopefully reduce the misuse of antibiotic in clinical practice, which is huge. I mean, I'll give you an example. If my mother starts coughing, she'll just pick up antibiotic and just take one, which is wrong. I keep telling her that. She doesn't listen to me. This is a major problem. Awareness and improving that is a major problem. But from my side, I'm trying to focus on 1 or 2 action plans that's been highlighted by WHO to solve antimicrobial resistance. Thank you.
Thank you all for these in-depth perspective on the use cases. For the next question, I want to ask you about how you think about your translation strategy and how we can kind of move these great ideas from papers and kind of strong retrospective results to wider spread adoption actually seeing in clinical care. To start off, would you like to take the lead, Chief?
I'll do. That's a very difficult question, I think,
we've
got to admit. And I think part of the solution would be clinicians, clinical researchers, medical researchers, engineers, computer scientists coming together. And I think disseminating knowledge, part of it is setting up spin-out companies, which is what I think my colleague Mohammed was referring to through the ultrasound case study. It made to the clinic through that route. And part of it is, I think, on the community also now to trust some of these systems. I think the regulatory approvals are happening in the US also and in other places. So the last I checked, the FDA has approved over 500 solutions, AI-enabled solutions in healthcare practice. So working on regulations, I think working on startups and dissemination of knowledge is my suggestion. But it's a difficult one, I think, for the whole community.
Yeah.
All right. Our situation is a bit different. So when we started this kind of initiative of building AI center, we were focusing on 3 strategical elements. Building the capacity when it comes to technology. Second, building the ability to empower the physicians, staff in general in the hospital. And third is focusing on the health care aims. Underneath the healthcare aims, we were focusing on 3 strategical initiatives that we wanted to approach them from. The first one is the operational side. The second one is the care quality, and the third is the experience, patient experience, staff experience, etc. This was the mechanics where all the AI use cases has to go underneath this kind of umbrella to drive really impactful projects. So underneath operational, which is really quite very fascinating domain when it comes to how to operate hospitals, we build the command and control centers to do 3 things: monitor, optimize, and automate. And this kind of structures help us a lot into building a pipeline of data where AI can be a fruitful outcome of that kind of pipeline.
All right. To me, I will certainly echo my colleagues.
I want to...
Can I just ask a question? So it's very impressive what you've done so far. Do you actually have a quantitative data showing direct impact on the patient? Because it seems you're already collecting it.
Yes. So again, it depends on the dimension that you're trying to do. So for instance, experience, patient satisfaction is one of the KPIs that we monitor. We predict before the patient comes even into the hospital what's the probability that this patient will be upset about waiting time, will be upset about understanding the side effects of the treatment. Having the infection control unit being with us, what's the probability that the patient has to be in an isolated environment. So that's one side, satisfactions. The second side is the infection control, specifically when we started about the COVID-19 era. But the key really KPIs are length of stay, readmission rates, the utilizations, and also the automation process, because we do have a lot of patient flow that's needed to be automated when it comes, for example, how the patient is waiting in the ER, how long the patient has been able to wait until see the physicians, what's the emerging, the action that have been taken to the student. I hope I answered your question, but.
Can you give me just one number that because you're using your AI, the length of stay was decreased by 10%, or like just so we can see the impact of the decrease?
Yeah, so for example, excellent, absolutely. So for example, no-show, we were able, we have universal healthcare coverage. That means the governmental is covering all the expenses for all the healthcare. For the machine learning driven AI models for no-show, we were able to reduce that by 7%. Meaning that we are predicting whom among the patient will not show up to their appointment, and we have a call center to give them a reminder, because we usually have elderly patients coming over, and that 7% resulted in a huge amount of dollar signs. That's resulted in almost 20 million Saudi riyal. That's equivalent to 5 point something in dollars. So that's one example.
So for the examples, I certainly agree with my colleagues, Dr. Kashif and Dr. Mohammed. But another thing that I really believe, I mean, as well as the importance of data and regulation, is the scope of risk management. So the AI is not just about risk prediction, but we need to really understand how we can also control and share this information, with all the stakeholders in the hospital. So everyone should be in the same page to really understand the implication of AI in their health settings. So the communication among the stakeholders is, I think, one another key aspects for leveraging the AI in hospitals.
So let me touch on this from my experience back in Oxford all the way to here in the UAE. So as I mentioned, so during my 12 years at the University of Oxford, we developed a solution that went all the way to an FDA approved and is used on patients. But it wasn't that easy. It was really challenging. It took us about 6 years from grant writing all the way to FDA approval. But that's not what we really care. We care about helping patients. Give you a number. So for instance, we did a study to see, before using this AI system on fetuses, doctors were about 75% accurate in assessing some of these fetal ultrasound images. With this AI system, we showed and we published that this has increased to about 91%. So that's a huge push. You can see that's a huge push between what the doctors typically do, not because they're not good at what they do, but they are exhausted, they're overwhelmed with the work, there's a shortage of doctors, and they have to see a patient, a fetus, do the whole scan within 20 minutes, where in reality they probably need an hour. But hospitals under lots of pressures, under lots of cuts. So why would that work? Why just experience in Oxford? So if you look at the Institute of Biomedical Engineering, where Kashif and I came from, where there's approximately one startup every month coming out of this institute. It's just about, and also my colleague here, who all came from that institute. We can see that they're amazing researcher in the heart of the hospital. So we are within close proximity with the hospital. We meet clinicians in regular basis. We work with them. And then there is what we call the Innovation Center in the university, which allows us to really take our ideas to reality. They support us. They give you support, networking, funding, blah, 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 all that to make your idea a reality. I care about papers and publishing papers, but I care more about seeing that into affecting people's life. So that's the experience I've been through in Oxford, and then all the way to having an FDA-approved product. But here in the UAE, I see that, at least in Abu Dhabi, we are working towards this. We're working the first thing, when I came to the UAE in 2020, I wanted to connect the pieces together. So I contacted many clinicians. I worked with my university to have collaboration with different institutes. And that's important because I can't solve problems alone. I really can't. So that's one thing we did. And the other thing we did is that building that innovation infrastructure, telling every one of us as researchers, you're not just a researcher behind the desk, just trying to publish papers. You're trying to innovate. You're trying to solve problems. And to do that, the university is giving us the support to be able to take these ideas further. So for instance, the head and neck cancer that I just mentioned, this has been now gone through patenting processes and a different stage in the patent. And hopefully, if we continue working on that, we can see the fruit of that later on. So just to summarize, I think the whole idea is to connect and find the right people who can work together to solve the problem. It's not just me as a technical person, it's not just you as a clinician or the government, it's just putting all these together, working hard together to solve these major problems.
Great. And with that, I want to turn the questions actually to the audience before we close the session to engage you all in asking this great panel for their insights. A microphone's coming to you soon.
Hi, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, actually. I'm just interested to have some kind of answer from Professor regarding the antimicrobial machine learning, AI in antimicrobial prescribing. Like, for example, I want to know the approach, because I know in hospital there is a lot of safeguards for antimicrobial, especially when they implement antimicrobial stewardship programs. So now you have a patient came to you, and I just want to know the approach, how you can introduce this AI in prescribing on the spot with the precise antimicrobial for that bacteria. Sure. Like, for example, now patient came to the doctor and he need to prescribe an empirical treatment or accurate treatment by AI. So what is the approach for resolving this issue through AI?
Okay,
thank you.
I think that's a question for me. So there are different initiatives and work that has been done in this domain. People are looking into genome sequences. People are looking into rapid PCR testing and many other things. What we're interested to do is we are accessing through Department of Health in Abu Dhabi the whole data, electronic health record data in Abu Dhabi for all the population in the past few years. So our goal is to mine the data, look into patient history. Can I tell from patient history what is the best antibiotic to prescribe to this patient? If I know that you have visited this doctor, maybe not for antibiotic, for bacterial infection, but for many other things. So what we're doing is to find some patterns within your history of data in the past few years to figure out what is the best antibiotic that should be prescribed to you. On top of that, we know that you have maybe brothers and sisters and people connected to you in Abu Dhabi, for instance, in that healthcare system. So could we utilize other information by people around you? Because it's more likely that you have genes similar to your brother or sister. So maybe because your brother is is resistant to specific disease, specific antibiotic, then that's more likely that also this makes you resistant to it. So again, the whole idea is to have a cheap system, cheap in the sense that it could be implemented easily. You don't need to invest in infrastructure such as genome sequencing, which requires investing in infrastructure. Something on data that exists in the daily practice, which is electronic health record, and mine the electronic health record to come up with predictive outcomes for antibacterial resistance.
So you are assuming that the patient will come every time with the same infection within bacteria? That's why you are doing it?
No. So the major problem. So if a patient comes back already have been there and had the lab culture before, that's an easy task. So what we're interested in is the patient who comes for the very first time, who never had the lab culture. Because if you had a lab culture in the past, you already have records of that this patient is resistant to these antibiotic or not. But our main focus is patients who've never visited for bacterial infection.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Amazing. Perfect. I have a quick comment on the antimicrobial stewardship program. So the one thing that I believe AI could add a lot to the table is building a very focused and personalized and customized antimicrobial, what we call it, antibiogram. So when we build an antibiogram today, if you practice in, for example, underserved organization or something, they're just going to copy an antibiogram from their neighboring organization, or, for example, a different country that who they have the capability to create an antibiogram. But today, with access to EHR system like what you have, with access to the lab, to the blood, to the cultures that takes 3 days, it's of no use for the patient, because he's already halfway through his management plan. But for the future, you could use this and then build your own antibiogram and then come up with something that could inform the decision on the spot. I'm going to share with you guys an interesting story, I think. So when I practiced majority of my work in the US, where tramadol, for example, was not used, because they say it never works. When you come to the Middle East here, you see tramadol as one of the solutions that patients like it, physicians like it. And I keep asking myself, what's going on? And then you go back to pharmacy, to genes, and you see the gene expression is different based on the culture. So the gene expression that degrades tramadol, for example, works very well in Ethiopia, for example, is the top country that works in it very well, while in the Caucasian population it doesn't work, right? So I think this is where we could really go back and use the data when we have time, and then when it's ready, take it out from the kitchen to the bedside. We're building a big antimicrobial stewardship program at the national level. I'd love to participate with you guys and share with you our experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes?
Yeah, in what way does your work add value to the physician's treatment decision process in determining the treatment and the treatment outcome?
So for this question was for the head and neck cancer. So for this project, what we're doing is looking into CT, PET scan, and electronic health record to first speed up the process of quantification of the cancer within CT and PET scans. So the first thing is to support the physician, the doctors, on quantifying the disease, the cancer. So that's one. So the other one is to look into prognostic factors. So things related to whether this patient, or what's the likelihood of this patient to die in the coming 6 months or 1 year or so on. These sort of decisions, if a doctor looking into an image, it's very hard to predict this patient will live like whether it's 6 months or 1 year or more. So, but however, because we have retrospective data of many patients who already we have their medical images and whether they died or not, or when did they die, we could actually build AI solution to predict the likelihood of death within a certain period. On top of that, we also can look into things related to recall, whether will this cancer come back after a treatment, or what's the best treatment plan, whether the doctor should go for radiation therapy or chemotherapy or surgery. So these sort of things this is where AI could be helpful. For us, we looked into survivor prediction, we looked into instant quantification. So a scan comes in, instantly you get a report or sort of a quantification of that tumor. So that's what we did.
Sir?
Yeah, I'm very impressed by research. Actually, it's more or less becoming, it may become a product based on the AlphaFold, where actually they train the immune system, that the T cells, the C cells, I think it's called, about for example, COVID or even cancer. So it trains the T cells about this body. So it trains the antibody to attack the cancer cells or the COVID. So I wonder if you are doing any research in this direction. Actually, the company I think is called Flow Pharma, and it's developing this, as you call it, vaccine, but it's actually vaccine against, for example, disease or cancer cells. So it more or less, because it's based on the AlphaFold, so it can characterize exactly how the shape of the microbe or cancer cell.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. So maybe I can help restate it. So I guess to maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong here, you're asking if we can kind of leverage just like structural information about biology to help in therapeutic design, which like here antibody and cancer vaccines is one kind of application. So they kind of pass that panel around. This is something that there's a lot of interest in the community. Regina mentioned some of this, and as did Professor Xing. Does anyone here want to comment on kind of the more discovery side of in their research programs?
I think great question, would be of great value, but not something I've personally worked on or thought about. So I would have to admit.
So I can comment a little bit. I mean, Eric is here and Lee Song are here. They're more expert than me on this, definitely. But in one of the major problems in drug discovery, and Lee Song, correct me if I'm wrong, is actually you sometimes want to do some simulation to figure out the best combination of molecules to create a drug. And as Eric mentioned in his speech today, this takes a long time. There are like, I think the number on your slide was, I think, 10 to the power 6 or 6 to the power 10 of different compounds you could start with. You can mix things up, create a drug, but you don't know which one is the right one. You could end up 10 years doing this and hope maybe not reaching to one drug, a good drug. So one of the applications of AI in finding the right combination of molecules is where something we call generative adversarial networks. Think of it like an AI solution that can take a lot of combination of molecules and figure out and simulate what are the best set of molecules that could be best suited to target a specific disease. So I'm not aware of the work that you mentioned, but I assume this sort of algorithm, and there are more advanced versions of it, like what we call diffusion models, for instance. These are the models where you can actually simulate many things that people a while ago used to actually do it in the lab, which takes many, many years. And here, now, it takes much shorter time where you can come up with the right set of molecules for a specific disease.
Right. Thank you for that response. So I want to just take this moment first. Let's thank our fantastic panel. If we could get a round of applause for everyone who spoke today. Thank you all. And with that, I want to give everyone a moment for a brief coffee break before we start the next talk. Thank you all for having me. So today I'm going to be telling you about our work in understanding how we can catch cancer earlier. So this is a problem that's motivated a lot of our work in MIT Jameel Clinic. And the key observation that motivates this line of work is early detection is critical for improving patient outcomes. We know for multiple diseases, including breast cancer and lung cancer, that the earlier we identify it, the better the treatment options are available to us, meaning we can offer smaller surgeries, less intense treatment therapies that both result in better outcomes as measured by survival, but significantly improved better quality of life and less morbidities. So as a community, we have this kind of two arms to improving cancer outcomes. One of them is better drugs, which many people have kind of touched on today, but the other part is for our fixed healthcare systems and tools, how do we better utilize them? So in this talk, I'm going to talk to you about a very simple two-step plan of how we can catch cancer systematically earlier. This kind of breaks down into two problems. If you want to catch cancer earlier, first you need to understand, well, who's going to get it? You need to understand what we call in that community cancer risk. And I want to emphasize this is not the picture on the right. It's not diagnosing the cancer when it's already there. It's flagging it before it's going to be caught, so they give us the power of foresight. And once we have the power of foresight, the next natural problem is, well, what do we do about it? How do we design effective public health guidelines and policies to systemically intervene to make sure cancer is caught at the earliest stage? So I'm going to talk about our research on both sides of this problem here today. So the first part is predicting cancer risk. And I listed some references here. This is really a long-term focus of ours at MIT Jameel Clinic, but also in my new group at Berkeley. And I'll emphasize once again, it's really not this points me out the box. It's starting in advance and identifying what's going to happen in the future. Now, I want to point out here, this is not a new problem. People have thought about identifying cancer risk as a kind of a key task in public health for decades. So the first paper I can kind of point to is from like 1989, and papers from then until, let's say, 2015 kind of took the same approach. We're going to say, what's the expert knowledge? What do we know about clinical medicine? Let's summarize all of our knowledge into a few variables and put that into a simple model to predict who's going to get the disease. And what it's come out to is, well, we know age matters, we know family history has something to say about the equation, and we've even known since the late 60s that imaging tells us something about cancer risk. And so people looked at it and said, well, we know that the more white stuff there is in the image, namely fibroglandular tissue, which is known as breast density, the higher the risk might be. And our common approach to encapsulate this has really been, let's just summarize it first as experts and put it into a really simple model. And the issue with that is, despite many decades of efforts, the overall accuracy of these approaches has remained limited. It's been incredibly hard to make progress. So here I'm showing you the overall raw case. You remember that Dina showed you earlier, 50 is random, 100 is perfect. 60 is kind of has been the backbone of all kind of risk-based screening in clinical care, and it's really quite moderate to be gentle. And despite lots of efforts and kind of large trials and things of the sort, the numbers have only gone up by 2 points by incorporating imaging. So the first key departure that we want to discuss here is instead of leveraging AI to kind of automate these things that we already know, how do we use it for discovery to identify new biomarkers and new kinds of signals in the data to better understand who's going to get the disease? So the perspective here, let me just kind of show you the simple training setting. We have many patients that are already treated in the past. Here we collaborated with Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston. And in this large respective data set, here showing 50,000 patients, you have many people who, we have their images, we know who got cancer in the future. Here, the patient blue had cancer in 3 years, green not at all, and orange in 5 years. And our task here is, instead of asking the doctor what's the feature that's going to matter, can we discover that directly from the high resolution data? And so before hopping into some of the kind of modeling details that were important to capture to make this work, I want to briefly walk through the results of why this kind of approach is so powerful and why you should be excited about it. So on the left-hand side here, I'm just showing you the performance of our new model, MIRAI, compared to the kind of clinical state-of-the-art on the MGH test set. So the blue bar here is the kind of widely used clinical model. It's part of like American guidelines, and it's like the latest and greatest of the clinical style of models. It has like many pages of questionnaires, detailed family history of, will the maternal cousin had what age ovarian cancer or not, very detailed questions about hormone replacement therapy, and all of this detailed expert-driven knowledge together only gets you an AUC of 62 on this MGH test set. Now, MIRAI, looking at just the image by itself, and I want to note that the blue model has the image, it just looks at it by the expert-defined variable on the image, it just looks at the breast density. But looking just the image by itself, if we instead treat it as a problem of discovery, we can get much more performance. You see here a 14-point gap. Now, it's not enough to say it works on one hospital. Maybe it's a fluke. Maybe there's a bias in the data. So we worked very hard to understand, does this work reliably across very diverse clinical settings? This started off on a very broad journey with lots of travel, where we started working to validate our models with hospitals ranging from Taiwan, named a great part of CGMH, Barretos in Brazil, Maccabi in Israel, and many others across the world. And what we show so far is that across all these different settings, we see the model performs the same, or in some cases even better due to the kind of detailed screening setting. Now, one thing I want to note here is that, here I'm showing you some like large overall accuracy improvements, but by itself, that's not the full picture. We want to think about, well, what is this accuracy bias, and how does this result in actually changes in care workflows, and how do we create real patient value? So there's many possible things here, and this is really one of the core focuses of the hospital network that we're building. The first one I wanted to highlight is just how we can select patients for supplemental imaging. So if you see someone that's going to have their cancer diagnosed on a mammogram in a couple years, that actually might be diagnosed today with a better imaging modality, namely MRI. But the key challenge is, how do you select who to even give this modality to? Because if you give it to the wrong people, they only face risks of unnecessary biopsies and harms and no benefit. So the key challenge is, how do you identify where to target this imaging intervention to? Now, there's a clinical state-of-the-art of like how we do this today, which is based off the TARC-USIC model. And if you use MIRAI instead, you should be, with what we can show different retrospective data sets, you can roughly double the cancer yield with the exact same MRI volume. So there, the basic idea is just better early detection with the exact same screening costs. And this is actually the focus of one of our prospective clinical trials now, funded by Breast Cancer Research Foundation, running at UMass. And it's something we're hoping to grow. Another kind of use case I want to briefly highlight is organizing screening when you have large backlogs. This is a common issue, and especially exacerbated by the pandemic, where screening came to essentially a halt in many settings. And in doing so, there's an immense challenge of, well, when you reopen screening, how do you actually organize this workflow? Who do you tell to come back to you next, given this constrained scenario? And one obvious use case our colleagues at MGH pursued, and our colleagues at Kaiser Permanente in New York, in Northern California are also pursuing, is personalizing who to call back first in this kind of workflow optimization given known patient's risk. Now, one thing I want to mention here is that this is not the only way to use the model, and something that we're working really hard to discover is, well, given very different clinical scenarios, for like our colleagues in Nigeria that have much less screening adoption, where getting patients to come back within less than 5 years is really challenging, to places like MGH or UCSF, we need to discover as a community what are the right way to actually translate these tools that just give us probabilities of diagnosis to actually result in better care given very different clinical environments. And this is something that we're excited to partner with members of the Hospital Network to do, but also find new partners to kind of highlight the unique clinical constraints and both not only build the prospective workflows, but also help us identify what problems we need to solve next on the technical side. So I want to briefly mention what are some of the kind of key technical details that were important in making this model work and achieve this kind of generalization. So at a very high level, MIT just a deep neural network that looks at the 4 views of a patient's mammogram. So you have left, right, different angles, and from there you're predicting the probability of cancer diagnosis across multiple years. Now, this is, you could have kind of predicted this if I told you it's a deep neural network to do predict cancer risk. But there was a couple of problems that kind of came up in actually making this work and generalize that are important to understand. And this is where truly understanding the data process and how these images come to be is really useful. So one thing that we found in actually working on the first generation of deployments with MGH was that the model behaved differently depending on the machine that took the image. So even though eye by eye and the readouts by eye couldn't tell you what is truly different between different generations of machine, the model learned to behave very differently between them. And here I'm showing you just a t-SNE of model predictions across different machine types. And this is clearly clinically nonsense, right? You would never want to change decisions based off of the machine someone happened to take. So, but to resolve this, given that we can measure this bias, we can actually formulate a learning objective to minimize the impact of that bias directly. And the basic idea here is that we can train a model to measure it, and then you train another model, namely the original risk model, to minimize that measured bias. And together, what we actually find is we can fully eliminate the bias in this representation and get back to truly device invariant predictions. So, but the big picture idea there is by understanding the generation process and the way the bias can creep in, we can then work to resolve it. The other kind of idea that I want to mention here is the way that we leverage the very variable and missing data in the health system. So I mentioned there's lots of long expert knowledge that we know about the disease system, but not everybody collects it. How do we benefit from that information without requiring it for the many health settings that we will never collect it? And the basic idea there was we can actually use this as an additional source of supervision. We can use these other known factors to help train the model without requiring it at test time. And the last idea I want to briefly mention, And last idea I want to briefly mention is even the way we formulate risk has to be kind of baked into the model design. So if you have predicting risk at 5 years, this is actually a very different notion as risk within 1 year, because that's a notion of detection. And so something that was important was designing the model to have different components to kind of capture different aspects, that have different levels of data associated with them, to give it the flexibility to reason over the different kinds of information. And with all of that together, this is what kind of gives you this overall model, gives you this broad generalization capacity. Now, one thing I think is important to note is that this is not a breast cancer specific picture, but really one that is much more general. So we have now very similar work that will appear soon in Journal of Clinical Oncology and Lung Cancer, showing that looking at low-dose CTs, you can actually get much better prediction accuracy and looking at future lung cancer risk. There, the baseline's different. It's still a clinical model looking at smoking history and age, same kind of story of expert knowledge. But even in there, by just looking at the image and tapping what was otherwise unexplored, we can get much better predictions. And the kind of use cases are still, again, diverse. One thing we're looking at, if let's say you're trying to study how to prevent cancer and developing new therapeutics to prevent the occurrence of cancer in the first place. One of your first problems is how do you even identify the population that will develop it to even run a trial to see your drug is working? There, the prevalence of your high-risk cohort is incredibly important. And here what we're showing is even compared to like 20-plus pack year of smoking history, the very high classical high-risk population, we can still get a 3x improvement in enrichment, which makes it much easier to study the drugs. At the same time, we find that the model can actually identify where the cancer will develop in terms of identifying which lung with non-trivial accuracy even 6 years in advance, which means that it opens an opportunity to study more targeted therapeutics that can have less morbidities by targeting a specific location where cancer might develop. So okay, all of that together kind of shows you how by viewing the problem risk prediction as a more of a discovery process, not just relying on what we know today, we can really push the picture of how well we can understand the patient state. But that by itself, there's immediate implications, but that's not by itself enough. And the next part of the talk will be focusing on how can we more generally rethink how we generate screening guidelines and how we generate our public health guidance as an AI problem. Like, it's not enough to just know who's going to get a disease, we need to do something about it. And this is the focus of this kind of second half of the presentation and the focus of our recent Nature Medicine paper. So to start off on it, it's useful to know how does screening work today in any healthcare setting. For the most part, you have many different patients, different imaging, very different health profiles. And we tell them to do the exact same thing. Come back every year or come back every 2 years. The trouble with that is for the exact same recipe, you can have incredibly different outcomes. Right? The patient in blue can have a later stage diagnosis by year 2. The patient in green can have nothing at all. And the patient in orange can have unnecessary biopsies and a lot of harm for the screening process with no benefit. And this kind of highlights the multiple challenges facing us at the same time in the screening community. We have at one time too much late detection and a lot of calls to action of how do we do better for patients? How do we make sure we catch cancer earlier? At the same time, there's an equally sizable community saying there's too much over-screening, there's too much harm by current screening, how do we make that better? And because different populations have different needs, and this can often cluster by racial demographics, it's actually the cause of a lot of health disparities. And so to resolve all of these issues, we have a, sure what happened there. We have a need to actually personalize the screening regime to patients' individual needs to get both better early detection for those who need it and reduce the harms for those who don't. And our current public health tools, in which we kind of convene experts to think about the problem, come up with a regime, aren't good enough to solve this problem. And so this is an area in which we think about the actual public health guidance formulation as an algorithm problem in itself. So this is kind of the focus of this part of the talk. And we're going to think about this as a learning task. So imagine you want to learn how to give screening guidelines. Well, at input, you have a patient, you know something about them. Here I'm just writing their risk. It's written as a single number. We have many numbers describing the patient. We're going to put it into a model and want to say, want you to come back to get image next. And intuitively, what we want to optimize for is this kind of combination of benefit while minimizing the overall screening costs. I say here cost is a catch-all term to mean all the harms and costs both for patients' health and the kind of anxieties that come with screening. And we want to kind of have this joint optimization perspective. And the basic idea of how we can leverage retrospective data on how to make progress on this problem is with the power of hindsight. So if you have a patient that was screened as follows, we know they got screened in year 0, year 1, diagnosed in year 2. Well, in hindsight, it's easy to say what we would want to happen instead. Right? We can say, well, this is how they were screened. Here is the time of diagnosis. If we had screened them in the following way and gave them the most sensitive screening regime, we can simulate for them what will be the cost. So here would be 4 screens relative to the original 3. And what will be the anticipated benefit for this counterfactual screening trajectory. And by using these models of retrospective benefit and cost, we can do this for people that developed cancer, people that didn't develop cancer, and we now have a criterion to look at the whole population to say how well are our screening guidelines serving our population. We can look at our current guidelines, and we can design new ones under this framework. And we can then do this to learn whole new policies given these large retrospective cohorts which already exist in our health systems. Now, in making this work, there's kind of 2 brief ideas I want to touch on the technical side that are kind of important to bringing this to fruition. The first part is how do you actually do these simulations, right? So I mentioned here you can simulate out how the other policies behave in hindsight. Well, if you don't know the risk, you need something to say what would have been the recommendation for the model at time 0.5. So this is actually for well-behaved models that have smooth risk progressions. You can actually just learn this via separate model. So this is a relatively straightforward problem to resolve. You learn to do the simulation environment. Another thing I want to mention here, though, is even when you have this really rich and flexible way to evaluate policies, how do you learn them? How do you actually treat this as a learning process? And one thing you might imagine as your first idea, and this was my first idea, is, well, with the power of hindsight, I can tell you what's the ideal screening pathway, right? Don't get any negative screens, come back at the exact time of optimal early detection, and that's it. And you can try to view policy learning as copy me the ideal, learn me the perfect solution of screening. It turns out this is actually a terrible way to learn. It doesn't work at all. And the intuition of why is that is not achievable for real-world uncertainty in real-world models. If you try to copy perfection, then you will find some kind of middle ground that's not well-suited for what the model can actually do. So instead, we can think about it as, instead of learn me the optimal thing in general, learn me how well the model can work, predict me the value of the model's decisions at the individual level if I give you a particular recommendation. And this is a much more tractable problem. And this view of predicting values is generally called reinforcement learning, you can have very flexible optimizations, not only optimize your reward, meaning find me the policies that will give me my best combination of benefit and cost, but you can actually make it flexible to support all possible trade-offs of benefit and cost at the same time. So I'm going to kind of glance over the details here, but what we have as our input is not as only the patient's risk, but it's our desired preference over how we might want to balance early detection benefit and cost given the local circumstances. And now we were predicting it to predict how well will this work given the different possible actions. Now that we've kind of gone over like what these technical ideas, let's talk about the numbers and how these things actually translate. So the experimental setting here, as before, we developed this in collaboration with MGH. We're validating in very different populations ranging from Emory, which is 50% African-American, Karolinska in Sweden, and CJMH in Taiwan. And the first number I'm going to highlight here is just the overall efficiency. So how much early detection you're getting per screening volume in this kind of retrospective evaluation. You see here that annual screening gets you some small boost if you have perfect adherence to it. If you do this kind of copying with the oracle, you actually do worse than no personalization. But by learning the policy, you can get significant improvements in efficiency. Now, it's a little bit easier to understand if you look at the flow of possible options. So I mentioned you're training it for all possible preferences. So let's imagine that as a health system, your goal is to achieve the benefits of annual screening, but using less screening volume. Well, we can show you can do that while using 25% less screening than before to get the same level of expected benefit. If you have the capacity to do annual screening for the population, well, for that exact same volume, you can kind of go up in the curve, and so you can get much more benefit for that. What you see here is this kind of curve that's in blue to the right, regardless of the preference of how, as a health system, we want to do optimize our screening, what resources we have available. We can do better by personalizing the screening volume that we have to the actual need. This flexibility is also a pathway to deployment, because we can just, when working with new hospital partners, like in the hospital network, we can look at on their data, what is the realm of possibilities that we can offer, how does it compare to their actual screening regimes and the current guidelines available, and this then forms the basis of prospective trial. So in summary, what we've shown here today is a framework how we can use longitudinal retrospective data to really rethink the problem of public health policy design as an algorithm problem where we can learn and optimize policies directly. This framework is not about MIRI specifically. It can work with any notion of risk model and cost benefit, and the better we build these underlying tools, the better we'll be able to screen. And in doing so, we can kind of achieve all these what looks like contradictory aims of both better early detection and less over-screening. Now, I want to briefly touch upon I showed you like a particular case study in breast cancer and lung cancer, but our opportunity here to do better is actually much, much broader. There is the most simple thing we can think about is, well, for existing screening guidelines like we have in breast cancer, colorectal cancer, prostate cancer, given this kind of information, we can make these programs much more effective while learning how to do cancer control as an optimization process. But there's many disease systems where we currently can't do screening at all because it's too rare. If you look at pancreatic cancer, it's relatively rare, but it's one of the leading causes of cancer death. And part of the reason why that is because we don't have the ability to screen them today. It's too inefficient. And because it's too inefficient to catch it early, almost everything's caught at late stage, or it's too hard to make drugs. If you want to change the landscape of what's possible in something like pancreatic cancer, it both requires better tools to understand who's going to get it, and better tools to design policies to be effective given this incredibly hard regime. And this is something we will never, I hypothesize, never be able to do by hand, and only by developing sophisticated algorithms will we actually get there. And finally, the better we understand who develops the disease, we have unique opportunities to study prevention and mechanisms for improved drug development. And with that, I want to thank my many collaborators, including Regina. All this work was done throughout my PhD. And I have a little time for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adam. Questions? Yes.
All right, thank you so much. It's amazing presentation. Two questions, if you don't mind. You touched on the position rather than what the patient might have. So the position of the cancers or the critical cells. The second question is, does the bagging and stacking of learning in different models can be structured in a logical way where every single model look for specific risk factors and then you can aggregate the model decisions? Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm going to touch on both of these ideas. So first of them is how do you get localization to understand where the cancer might develop? So in this case, we find that if you have some of this, because we often know where the cancer was eventually diagnosed, we can kind of track that back to where it came from. And if we train the model to predict where it will develop, we find that it's surprising we can actually do it with non-trivial accuracy. So part of that is just to answer the question directly, so by supervising that signal, we can learn it. The second part is how do we combine these different kinds of information we have available, like clinical factors, genomics, and imaging together to get better overall predictions. So there I want to touch on two aspects. The first one is, where do we actually expect this to help? So one thing we were surprised by, and we kind of saw it in this how do we leverage missing data, is that a lot of information we think is not inside the image is actually already inside the image. So there, to make this concrete, we found that many of the known clinical risk factors in breast cancer, like number of children, age of first period, age of first menopause, like all these kind of things. You actually predict them reasonably well from the mammogram directly. So when you combine them, you don't get complementary benefits. But in some cases where you have things more like genomic-driven things like BRCA status, where it's not redundant in the image, we can get significant improvements in accuracy. And so relatively simple techniques of just concatenating representations and doing joint prediction is fairly effective. And what we find is that we, oftentimes in combining this information, it's not as much of a boost as we think, because so much of the information is already mediated through the rich image.
Any more questions? Yes.
Thank you, Adam. Very interesting presentation. Two questions. The first one is I was curious to understand what are the descriptors that you have within the image that are building up the whole predictive model?
Yeah. So to answer that, we're operating directly on the pixels. So our input to the model is just all 15 million plus pixels in the image across all 4 views, and you learn directly from there. And going from this more raw representation is really important to give yourself the flexibility to learn something useful.
Thank you. And the second question is more around the imaging. And in our region, you know, getting access to MRI or to CT scans, etc., it's very complex.
Yeah.
Do you think that this could be actually redirected toward ultrasound, for example?
Yes, exactly. I think MRI is kind of one example that's common in the US as a key clinical strategy, but there's many other modalities we can explore to learn when is something like supplemental ultrasound going to be most helpful, when is contrast MRI, which is more than 10x cheaper than, so contrast mammogram, which is more than 10x cheaper than contrast MRI, is going to be most helpful. So I think this is especially in these resource-constrained environments, this is where risk modeling can help the most, because for any limited resource, you can get the most benefit out of it.
Yes.
Thank you for an interesting talk. Any correlation between ethnicity and predispositions among populations in your studies, please?
Across the studies, we've shown that the model performance is the same across very different populations. Now, there is different disease occurrence characteristics you'll see across different populations. For example, African American women tend to get diagnosed a little bit younger. They're higher likelihood to have triple-negative breast cancers. But despite these different biological differences we find in cancer occurrence, the model is equally accurate in predicting those occurrences across the different subtypes.
Thanks, Adam. Really nice talk. Are you planning to enrich the model with additional data like genetics and other markers that could guide further the analysis?
Yeah, I think we're really scratching the surface of what's possible. I mean, even in just imaging, we're using so little. For example, we looked at like 1 mammogram, but we know clinically that like you have imaging for many, many years. Tissue is changing. Can you leverage that signal to learn better? And in many cases, we don't have only mammograms. We have mammograms, we have MRIs, we have lab values, and it requires, is going to require a lot of technical innovation to meaningfully integrate all of these signals to make better predictions. And we're really just kind of, to me, this is in a way a proof of concept to show that by looking at even one sample, even one image, we can do so much. But there's a big room ahead of us to discover what more will be helpful.
Any more questions from the audience? All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Adam. Please, a round of applause for this very thought-provoking speech. I now invite you all to a light lunch. It will be served at 12:30 in the following room. And then, of course, you can go out and enjoy the view and eat outside as you like. And we'll be back here at 1:30, please. Thank you. All right, everyone. I hope you've all enjoyed your lunch and your break. I am now pleased to welcome on stage keynote speaker Dr. Shrooq Alsenan, assistant professor at the PSU and postdoctorate research fellow at the MIT Jameel Clinic. Please welcome her on stage.
Thank you, Dalia. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying this day so far. Let me see this. So let me introduce myself first. My name is Shrooq Alsenan. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at Jameel Clinic. I have joined Dr. Regina Barzilay's lab last September, and inshallah will continue till next year, hopefully later after that. So I'm happy to discuss with you our ongoing research that we are working on right now in the lab, which is on machine learning robustness and healthcare prediction. So let me walk you through a scenario here. A patient comes to the clinic. A pathologist tries to figure out if this patient has a risk of cancer, malignant cancer or not. So they take this image, whole slide image of the patient, they input it into this AI tool, and then the AI tool outputs a result that says, oh, this patient is at risk. Well, I don't know if we have a lot of doctors today, but as a doctor, one of the first questions that you might ask is, can I trust this machine learning prediction, right? And this is interesting because Professor Regina today started by saying, how many times do you see AI in hospitals? And it's not that much. And I think there's a reason behind that. So before we get started, I want to just give a little perspective and overview about what has been done so far. And I think the speakers have given a lot of examples today. So I'll just walk through it very quickly. So we have seen a lot of research done on the breast cancer detection using histopathology images. They were able to detect areas that is not cancerous yet, but just have a prediction that will show where the recurrence of the cancer or the metastasis of the cancer might occur. And other areas that we witnessed very successful application of AI was in drug discovery. Especially in the time of COVID-19, we've seen drug design process improve and accelerate, high put through screening and other areas of research. In the time of COVID, we've seen many application of hospitals trying to predict COVID cases or try to predict the COVID risk factors associated with some patients who are at more risk when having COVID-19. We've seen many applications of ICU trying to work on resource allocation and patient flow. So the impact of AI is immense, and we are not denying what it can do in healthcare systems. It can reduce the medication errors, it can improve the accuracy during diagnosis and prediction, and it can automate the detection in pathology, maybe finding some insights that a pathologist cannot identify. It can optimize resources and improve the patient safety. So let's walk through the whole concept of machine learning just very quickly. We try to mimic human intelligence by applying machine learning, right? And humans learn by example. And this is what we try to do with machine learning. We pass training examples, and then we try to let the machine learn the representation associated with these examples that make it create some kind of boundaries that like associate, for example, malignant cancer as opposed to benign cancer. We let the model learn, and then we try through prediction function, pass new slide images or new piece of data, and allow the model to predict on this new data. So back to our question that we started with, can I trust this prediction? And it's not that we're having any overfitting here issues. The model was done very rigidly. We have a very careful machine learning pipeline. But studies have reported high accuracy during development phase, but degrading during deployment. And despite our efforts when developing these models, we don't see much of it being taken to the clinical settings and ecosystem. And there are multiple challenges here that may cause this degradation. We'll start with the first one. The first problem that we has identified in this research is that accuracy does not always ensure confidence. Like if I give you a model accuracy of 0.7, how would you interpret this accuracy by itself? Like if I give you these 3 patient samples, how would you look at this accuracy? Would you trust a patient sample of A or C? I'm looking for an answer here. Okay, so basically you cannot look at accuracy in isolation. You want to see how the model is working over a sample of patients. And this is the concept behind having a calibrated model. So we want to have a model that is not only accurate, we are seeking accuracy here, but we want the model to be confident. So when a model probability estimate of a patient's, for example, developing cancer is 0.7, we expect the confidence score to be 70% of the time accurate over the set of population. Another issue that we have identified here is underrepresented groups. And this is something many speakers spoke about today. Studies have showed that some patient samples are underrepresented in healthcare trained models in terms of ethnicities, race, sometimes some genetic variations. They are considered just outliers in the system that we try to use, like a new patient, and then this system does not recognize the pattern that's associated with this patient. And it's not only about ethnicities or race. Sometimes there are misconceptions. For example, people with higher body mass index are considered metabolically unhealthy. And this is a general assumption, but is it correct? Studies in China have revealed the opposite, that people who are metabolically unhealthy or have diabetics are actually people with body mass index that's not very high. So also in this effort, we need to understand who are the underrepresented groups, what are the assumptions here, and what can we learn from this? And the underlying question here is that the reason why we always have many underrepresented groups is because machine learning models learn the distribution of the training data. So whatever data you pass to your model, this is the data, this is the representation that your model is going to learn. So the third challenge that we are facing with here is dealing with distributional shift. And this happens as we take the model from development to deployment, and then we have different variation of patients coming in. Maybe we have variation over time, and then sometimes we have policies that have changed in the healthcare ecosystem. And all these distributional shifts can cause a model to not work really well during deployment. So there are possibilities of observing novel inputs that are far off from training data. So they are considered out of distribution, or they are considered part of a distributional shift. So why are we in this research striving for robustness? So robustness can help us in many ways. It can, in the setting of early detection of risk prediction, we're supposed to be helping patients by finding problems early on. But sometimes if these early predictions are not accurate, we're actually causing more drastic lifestyle changes that were not needed. And misdiagnosis from machine learning models can cause emotional or worse, even physical damage of patients, and we need to take these into consideration. So what are we proposing here? This is a research that was inspired by many amazing research that has been done in the past few years in Dr. Regina's lab. In this approach, we are proposing a calibrated and robust risk prediction model, and we're taking the case study of diabetes, type 2 diabetes. So giving a patient population sample, we want to achieve multiple goals here. The first goal is detect underrepresented groups in a sample. The second objective here is that we want, for this underrepresented group, try to improve the robustness of the model by introducing or simulating some sort of noise or perturbations to improve the robustness. And thirdly, we want to train a selective predictor that can alert or stop the prediction if the model is not confident. And how are we going to do that? Is through this approach that was invented last year, which basically go through a data set and do multiple splits over your data set. So we can have training and testing splits of the data at multiple levels, in which our goal here is to find what is the generalization gap over the split between the validation and testing. And usually when you create a model, you look for the best accuracy of the model. But what we are trying to achieve here is find the split that has the least generalization gap, which the highest generalization gap, which is the least accuracy. We're also trying to calibrate the model by also finding the split with the most estimated calibration error. So by doing so, we actually find a portion of the sample that represent an underrepresented group in that sample. And then on that sample, we're going to do some simulation of perturbations and then ask the model to either make the prediction if it's confident or just alert the doctor if it's not. Any questions so far? So this is a very effort that we are trying to be very optimistic about, that we're trying to sample a data set from across the world for type 2 diabetes. We're trying to have overcome the problem of underrepresented groups and distributional shift by starting with data set from the United States, UK. We have now some collaborators from South Africa, and we are seeking collaborators from the Middle East to help us with that effort. And then we're also working with data from China and the Far East. So to conclude this presentation, I just want to say that AI is reshaping healthcare and medicine, and the potential of collaboration is huge, but we need to have this optimal goal of AI tool that can be transparent and robust and equitable, so we can actually see these applications going to the health system. Thank you. Any questions here?
Thank you, Shrooq. I have a question. So very interesting work. You mentioned that you can learn the split of the data. Can you elaborate a bit more? How does it work? How can you learn it given the data already?
Well, this research has started years ago with Dr. Regina, and how it was done, they take a data set and they do multiple splits over this data set to find a portion of the data that is performing the worst. So we're looking for the least generalization and the most generalization gap. So we took this approach and we wanted to extend it by also introducing the calibration error, so we can end up with a model that is also confident as well as accurate. So it basically loops through the data set, and then every time it makes correct prediction, it pushes it away from the model. Yeah.
So if I may just add on the nice explanation that Shrooq gave, to be like a tiny bit more precise, so you can think that what you're doing here, you're just looking for the adversarial split, the split which will be the hardest. Clearly, for the explanation purposes, Shrooq kind of saying we're looking through all the splits, but you cannot look through all the splits because you have exponential number of splits. So what you're doing here, you are training simultaneously two models. The first model is just your normal predictor. The second model is kind of trying to identify where do I put my example in training in a test in such a way that my loss will be the highest. It's kind of counterintuitive because we always try to optimize loss. You're saying I want to learn where to put them based on its features so that at the end for this specific training and test, you're going to lose the most. And then we add two constraints so you don't get a degenerative split. One is, of course, if you're going to put everything on training and nothing on test, you're going to get terrible performance. So you want to ensure that you do the correct distribution between training and test, and also that your label distribution training and test is similar. But again, for people who are more familiar with adversarial models, it's a strategy which is computationally effective to go and identify the hardest split. And Shrooq's work was also adding the calibration aspect of it because we're optimizing on accuracy, but she also finds the least calibrated data. And if I may just add, and emphasize why it is so important in healthcare. Because, like people always in the United States, at least, when they're thinking about equity, they always say, this is the accuracy like on women and men, and this is an African-American and non-African-American. But the problem is not those, because those you know and you can check. The problem is that there are millions of other biases in the data that we have no clue about, especially if the data comes from other hospitals that you don't know how it was collected and what are the biases. So the technique that Shrooq developed really enables us to automatically identify these out of distribution sets, and then you can examine and decide what you want to do with it. So I would go back to Shrooq.
Thank you, Dr. Regina. Any other questions?
Are you seeing a result? Improvement? Is AI learning from itself, from the multiple iterations?
The whole idea of this model is to be able to automatically detect underrepresented group in data sets. So we have worked on this part and we were successful with it, but we are at the stage where we are trying to work with the perturbations, and this is where we're at right now.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation. My question is, how do you think that your work will be applied on the data that haven't been seen yet? So in operational side, when there is a data flows into the inference model, how you can detect that the samples confidently belong to the segmentation that you splitted at the beginning during the training time?
Absolutely, that's a very good question. So our approach will try to integrate multiple data sets. So when we integrate these multiple data sets, we will have unified number of attributes across different distributions. And then we will have a way to identify which data came from which distribution. And then through the introduction, through Learn to Split, we will try to identify where things were happening, where the overfitting is happening, which feature representation are the least understood by the model, and we'll take it from there. Yes.
Sorry. Adam was describing both Siebel that works on lung cancer and Mirai. We're just adding, this will be part of the model. Since this model will move to clinical deployment, you need the model to abstain when it doesn't know what is it doing, so that you can predict. And this is where these models are reacting on changing the distribution, that it can just say, I don't know.
Thank you, Dr. Shrooq and Dr. Regina, for the work. My question here is, for different runs for the algorithm you are building, would it generate the same results, the same data splits, or the same data group, or would it be different for each run on the same data set?
Well, on the same data set, we would assume that it will return relatively the same samples. So because it works off the generalization gap and the calibration error. So on the same data set, we think it will return very similar samples.
Yeah, thank you for the excellent presentation. You mentioned something that I believe also is a big challenge, is data overfitting. Right. And I'm thinking of it from the angle of using data sets from different sources, structured or not, maybe histology, maybe molecular data, etc. So I was just wondering how the data split will adjust actually to take into account the fact that the data are of different nature from different sources, could be omics, could be histology, could be images. Yeah. Will it still adjust? And because if you develop a model that is statistically or whatever, where the descriptors are genomics dominated, if you do data split, then it will appear wrong. Yeah.
So
or how do you deal actually in the data split? Does it actually take into account the fact that you have data from different sources, different modalities?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. So this model was built and trained and tested on different modalities of data, including images, NLP problems, and regular tabular data. Molecular data as well, yeah. Thank you.
I would now like to introduce our second panel discussion entitled Hospitals on the Frontline, Clinical AI Development. So this panel will look at the hospitals and clinician perspectives on the rising role of AI and will be moderated by Ignacio Fuentes Ribas, Executive Director of the Jameel Clinic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. thank you everyone for this fantastic session today. It's really exciting to get to know wonderful people, the amazing work that it's happening here in the region, and what is promising about the type of science and technology that we are deploying at MIT and the number of potential future collaborations we can have together. I'm very pleased and very happy to have here today an amazing group of panelists with me. We're supposed to have a larger panel, but then we decided that the three of us could do this, the four of us could do this amazing, so there was no need. And then our hospital executives, which are the two CEOs, couldn't make it. But we're going to have a very interesting approach with a real medical doctor. Okay, we have Dr. Paul here, and he can help us to understand what is the reality of what we've been hearing, because a lot of technology and great science that is happening, but we want to understand where we are as well with patients, right? How far we are from this reality. Then also an executive coming from a very interesting region as well, in a very exciting approach, and the amazing work they're doing in underserved populations, and how we have an opportunity also with technology to have an impact on people's life and patients, right? And then a technologist, which is also an executive, and he had also the opportunity of experience AI, and we can get also a little bit of an approach of how real and how impactful we can be on this, right? So when I first took on this mission of the hospital network collaboration, right? The immediate thought was, let's go to Latin America. I'm originally from Spain, and I would be comfortable speaking Spanish. They'll understand how we do this, and it will happen immediately, right? That was 2 years ago, and we keep pushing. It doesn't come that easy. And I think there's a number of ideas that we can share today, and it's not going to be just language, right? So let's start maybe introducing yourselves, and then getting to some of the Dr. Paul, you want to start maybe the conversation today? And I have a number of questions that, thank you, Usma, for preparing this. It's going to be too difficult for me to read them, but I think we have a good insight of how we can explain this a little bit. Dr. Paul, please.
Yeah, I'm Paul Sebastian. I was trained as a head and neck cancer surgeon, in which area I worked for more than 3 decades before I moved into public health and joined the Tata Trust, which is a philanthropic arm of the House of Tatas. And Tata Trust is the largest philanthropy in the country. It has been into many areas, been in existence for more than close to 150 years, but it's only recently that they have entered work in the space of cancer. So I'll talk more about that later.
Sure. Zayed, please.
I'm Zayed Tawakkul. I'm the executive director of Mohammed Yaqub Heart Foundation, is one of the charitable organizations in Egypt focusing primarily on cardiovascular diseases. We've been founded by Professor Sir Mohammed Yaqub and the late Dr. Ahmed Zawel in 2008. We have a hospital in Aswan, and we're currently building a 300-bed hospital in Cairo, expecting to open end of 2023. All our services are free of charge. It's a charitable organization, as I said, with 3 main objectives. One is offering cardiovascular treatment to pediatrics and adults, training the next generation of nurses, doctors, researchers, healthcare workers, and the most important third point is integration of research within the healthcare setting. That's on 3 different fronts: molecular research, clinical research, biomedical, and innovation.
Fantastic, thank you. And George, are you related to the fund that's close enough?
I'll tell you in a second. My name is George Yaqub. I have the same last name as Dr. Mohammed Yaqub. Not really clearly sure if we're related or not, but typically if we look at the family tree, you'll find some connection somewhere there. IT professional, I've been focused, my professional career has been focused on healthcare for my entire career in the US, cancer research, large healthcare delivery networks, and recently in the UAE. Very interesting discussions and very interesting day. And before we start, I'm here to learn what researchers and scientists are developing for me to convince a physician to use and get funding from an administrator to implement will be very challenging.
Thank you very much, George. And I have to say that before our real session, we had our prep session, and we are satisfied with prep session. So if you want to ask questions, we are happy with the outcome. But maybe it's going to be a good opportunity to let you get to know everyone a little bit more, and the amazing work that it's happening, Dr. Paul, at Data Trust, and also related to cardiac diseases, but also like cancer treatment. And we'll get back on the second question. Maybe let's start with this one. If you can tell us a little bit more about your work related to cancer, please.
Cancer has emerged as a major public health problem in India. And at the moment, every year, nearly 1.5 million new cancers are detected, second only to China. And close to 1 million people die of cancer every year. So that's the magnitude of the problem. Realizing this, Tata Trust started a major initiative called a cancer care program. The idea was to set up a distributed model of cancer care in the country with the aim of setting up more than a dozen cancer hospitals. In India, the problem is one of tremendous lack of awareness in the community about cancers, lack of access to care, and lack of affordability. About 80% of patients have to spend money out of pocket. So all these put together delays the diagnosis. As a result, more than 70% of cancers are detected in advanced stages. And that leads to high morbidity and high mortality as well. So to overcome this, the Tata Trust started the Cancer Care Program. It is setting up a three-tiered model of hospitals. You have level 1, which are state-of-the-art apex tertiary institutions. And level 2 are comprehensive centers which offer all forms of cancer treatment. And level 3 is daycare centers, which apart from offering diagnostics, offer daycare chemotherapy as well as radiotherapy. Apart from all this, the Tata Trust has also started a major public health program. We can start maybe 250 cancer hospitals in a country, but you'll continue to get advanced cases unless you do something about prevention and early detection. And that's what Tata Trust is doing. So what it is doing is, it is trying to help the National Program for Cancer Control, which is clubbed along with the Program for Control of Diabetes, Cardiovascular Disease, and Stroke, where it is planned to screen all people between the age of 30 to 65 years. So it's about 37% of India's population. It's a staggering number. It's about 500 million. And with every government program, we know there are lots of gaps and challenges. So Tata Trust comes into the picture by trying to fill in some of these gaps in a small way. We are operational in about 6 provinces or states, and we help in capacity building, we help in awareness creation, we help in tobacco control, because tobacco is the single most important cause of cancer. 40% of cancers in adult population in India is due to tobacco usage. So we focus mostly on school children, trying to prevent them from taking up tobacco habits, which is found to be more effective than asking people to stop tobacco habits. And then, of course, in screening and early detection, where we focus on the 3 most common cancers: oral cancer, breast cancer, and cervical cancer. These 3 contribute to about 40% of India's cancer load. And then we don't just stop at screening. We navigate all the suspected cancers to hospital to ensure that they complete their diagnostic workup, and then try to help them register in the national program which offers free treatment. Because as of now, as I said, 80% of expenses are out of pocket. So once they are enrolled into these programs, treatment becomes free. And this is what we have been doing for the last 2 years. So I'll come to more of it later.
That's impressive. Thank you very much, Dr. Paul. And that's a good, that let us do a good transition, because I'm thinking about like this universal versus private system that you have. And I want to hear also from Zaina, what has been the experience in Egypt? I believe that the last time that we had something similar in the US, Congress decided not to approve it, and then the Europeans took advantage of it and created a large universal system. How this is working in Egypt right now?
So just the ecosystem of the healthcare system in Egypt is slightly similar to that of India. 60% is out of pocket. 40% is split between governmental funding and non-governmental organizations such as ourselves. So there's a huge burden on the population in terms of healthcare accessibility. The government recently, 2-3 years ago, I think 3 years ago to be exact, has launched a universal healthcare system that has been started to roll out in 2 governorates for now, and they're rolling it out step by step. We're 110 million people, so it's extremely hard to cover the whole country in a year or 2. But we're very excited about this UHC and hoping that it will relieve a little bit of the a lot of the pressures and that we're facing in the hospital in Aswan. For instance, we have a huge waiting list of patients with cardiovascular disease, 2 years worth of people waiting to get surgery or get accessibility to care. So this is one thing that's causing a lot of problems, but we're very excited about the future.
And especially for you guys, because you're also building your own infrastructure or hospital, and this is something new, especially in Aswan, you were mentioning earlier.
So so we started in Aswan in 2009, and the reason why we chose Aswan, Professor Yaqub has chosen Aswan is he comes from the concept of taking cardiac surgery to the people. Aswan is 900 kilometers away from Cairo. At the time, the nearest cardiovascular center was 600 kilometers away. There's 1.5-2 million people living in the city of Aswan, had zero accessibility to any healthcare, any cardiac services, right? So they had to travel all the way to Cairo, arriving in a very desolate state, trying to access healthcare. So we took cardiac surgery to the people. We built the hospital there. We started off at 45 beds. We're now 100 beds in Aswan. We've reached the capacity of the land size, of everything. We cannot possibly fit any more beds there. So we took the decision 5 years ago to build a new hospital in Cairo, which is 300 bed. Also, it has the highest number of ICU beds in the country, sort of in comparison, which is 122 beds. ICU and 180 normal beds. There's it's threefold the capacity of Aswan. There's 10 operating and catheterization rooms. There's a 5,000 square meter research facility within the hospital grounds, a state-of-the-art imaging center, state-of-the-art laboratories. So we're expanding our services to serve more people that are in dire need for this service.
Excellent. That is a wonderful job. And for our audience, we'll get to the AI piece. We're building some foundation now. And I'm curious to see the same experience. And you know the Egyptian side and also what's happening locally here in Abu Dhabi before we get into the technology, please.
So sure, I was born in Egypt many years ago, so I'm keeping an eye on what Professor Yaqub is doing, especially with this project. I work in Abu Dhabi with SAHA. SAHA in Arabic means health. It's the Abu Dhabi Healthcare Services Company. We are the safety net for the Emirate and for anyone from the region. We have 12 hospitals, we have about 60 clinics. We provide healthcare to whoever comes, insured or uninsured. Of course, most of the population in the country are insured because of the nature of how they come to the country. But there are always some exceptions. So we try to cover as many as we can with the very generous government funding, providing the best treatment for the patients. So AI will play a role in what we have to do in the future, and that's why we're here.
Let's get to the AI now. I think that's becoming very interesting now for our audience, since we have set up the foundation. So, Dr. Paul, how do you envision, after what we've heard today, how AI do you think can help us in some of those challenges, especially in India, right?
Before answering your question directly, I'll just tell you what we are doing at the moment first.
Yes.
So in our screening program, we deploy very simple methods of screening, which does not involve any amount of technology. For example, oral cancer screening is done by oral visual examination. We're looking at the oral cavity using an illuminated torch. And breast cancer examination screening is done by clinical breast examination, and cervix cancer by a technique called visual inspection with acetic acid. All these are very low cost, low technology methods, and at the same time, they have been validated. For example, the oral cancer examination, screening by oral visual examination, has been proven to reduce mortality in oral cancer by about 33% in high-risk population, which means those who use tobacco and alcohol, a study which was published in Lancet some years ago. And the VIA technique of cervical cancer screening has been approved by the WHO as a method of screening in resource-constrained settings. And the clinical breast examination, again by a landmark publication in Lancet, has shown to bring in downstaging of breast cancer, but not reduce mortality. So, and this screening is done by people, by healthcare workers at the front line. They are not experts in these fields. So there are challenges. The biggest challenges, all these three techniques have a lot of subjectivity in them. So quality control becomes a difficult problem. And then they require training, reinforced training and repeated training. And that again becomes a challenge. And one has to remember that most of this screening happens in far remote regions of the country where we don't have even access to internet and mobile data connection. We collect the data on a mobile app, but very often we are not able to do that online because of lack of connectivity. We have to enter them in pen and on a paper and then connect it, enter it into the system later. So this is where I think that AI can come in, although may not be immediately because I don't know whether we have immediate solutions at the moment. For example, in the oral cavity, along with their inspection, if you can take a photograph with a smartphone and then pass on the images either to an expert or to get an AI solution to interpret that, or in VIA, now there are technologies available for what is called a mobile ODT, where you take smartphone-enabled pictures which can be interpreted by AI. It will go a long way into improving the efficiency and the quality of screening. And more so, if you have these systems in place, you don't have to refer all these people for diagnostic workup, only when you have a certain level of quality which says that there is an increased chance of malignancy, only those patients. So it basically helps to triage those who are screened for further diagnostic workup.
And I'm happy to hear this because, especially talking to a medical doctor, that we talk about technology, especially AI, right, which is based about the medical practice. It's based on trust. And we need, when we deal with technology, this is something that's going to be very important, right? And now let's transition to Zaina. How you perceive this in your hospital and in your system, especially when we've been talking also about how this AI can be disruptive in the workplace and the future of work, and sometimes on the ethical AI. And we don't want to derail too much because we have a mission here on this panel, but at least it would be nice to hear your perspective as well.
I think, it was very interesting to hear everyone talking this morning and all the panels and the speakers. And I think we all established the use of AI in a healthcare setting and the importance of it and everything and how we can use it in order to, in the end, improve healthcare outcomes, improve patient lives and cost control, et cetera, et cetera. But I believe there's a lot of blockages and a lot of limitations to setting up or starting or even introducing such technology in a setup like the ones we have in Egypt or in our hospital or within the healthcare structure as a whole in Egypt. Now, these, if we were discussing earlier, one of the main things I think is how to integrate to an existing clinical setting. This existing clinical setting may not have, for instance, an EMR system that is connecting all hospitals together, that there's any data that is electronically available to be used for AI professionals and researchers. There's the cost of the implementation of this thing. There is the ethical considerations. There is the educational level of not only the patients, physicians and nurses at one also needs to be more educated about the use of AI and how it won't make them redundant, how it won't take over their jobs, etc., etc. There's also the considerations of privacy and data protection. There's scalability in general of such systems. And most importantly is the agility of the regulators, right? If it's something the country should introduce, should start making people more aware about, should start taking initiatives, should start solving some of the solutions that we mentioned early on to try and introduce this technology. So there's a lot of blockages in a setting like the healthcare structure in Egypt. And these points needs to be addressed before even considering building up models and thinking about how we're going to scale this and how are we going to make patients' lives better and better outcomes. There's so many things we need to think about in what I call the real world.
Of course, yeah. And this is amazing because the work that you guys are doing with this number of challenges is impressive. And I want to see how George can come and help Zaina here, because you maybe are a little bit ahead. You've been practicing some of these, and maybe there's some tips or some help that we can provide. And now I would like also to open this. We'll hear George from some of those challenges and opportunities, but you being a technologist, you will help also the audience to chime in if needed.
So we started to use AI without knowing that it was AI about 10 years ago in forms of early on devices that would allow us to connect a patient in an ICU to a network so we can collect critical signs and data on the patient, and it goes to the medical record. So that was an early version. What we care about really is the patient's journey in the system, and we also care about patient education, so they know what is being done for them. And we also care about clinicians' training and adoption. So I think eventually we'll get to more AI implementations in healthcare that would really be physically visible to everyone. It's a little bit early because someone will develop something and will invent it, and we will have to understand how it works and how we can implement it and integrate it into our system, and how we can support it, and then how we can educate physicians on how to use it, how we can educate patients on what's the benefit and why we should use this instead of old traditional methods. And then for all of us, we have regulations, we have insurance, we have other issues that we need to consider. So eventually we'll get there. I think we're not ready today, maybe on a very small scale. We have a lot of patients, we have a lot of medical records that we can do research on and establish some proof of concepts, ideas to see what works and what doesn't work. But I think it's a little bit early, but we are early adopters. We like to see it. Would be happy to implement. And then funding is also an issue for administrators, and especially if you have a large system and you need to implement and deploy systems across the board for many locations, it takes a lot of planning. I think we're early, but I think in the next near future, I think we'll see more AI adoption in healthcare.
Fantastic. And this is something that we love to hear, because also as part of our program, we are supporting these collaborations at non-cost. So this is something that we can practice. But it's true that we've seen that how some of these healthcare systems embark in this transformation, digital journey. And I guess there is AI. It's too bad that we don't have our CEOs today, because that's very much related sometimes on how we use tools for P&L and revenue impact, which is also important for the hospitals because that's relevant.
So everybody went through the COVID pandemic, and we used that period a lot to enhance our data collection and data analytics and allow CEOs and others to make the right financial decision on where do we need more of these services, how do we cover the cost, how do we recover, and so on. So from an administration point of view and P&L point of view, AI can help, and it's helping in the form of collecting data in a more effective way and analyzing the data in a more effective way to make the right decision. And that would probably apply to any other tool, whether it's a new device, a new protocol, a new technique, and so on.
And we have to do it safely, right? So who wants to be first? Let's try the concept. But I like the idea of like the baby steps. We need to do it little by little, right? So.
I agree with what George was saying. I mean, we need to start. It needs to start. I mean, if we're looking at the Egyptian population, we're growing. We're not, so we need to find solutions to control costs, to control patient outcomes, to actually have early diagnostics and try and not put burden on the healthcare system for later on, you know what I mean? So early detection of cancer, cardiovascular diseases. So from the primary care perspective, this needs to be implemented today rather than tomorrow. But it's how and the means for it.
Fantastic. And I see that Regina was running. We need 3 frameworks that we're going to sign here immediately because we have new collaborators joining the network. Dr. Paul, I'm thinking about how we use technology, and after listening today, Shrooq, Adam, all our keynote speakers, I can imagine a number of technologies can be used in the AI. But how do you think we should, where we should start in a space like India? Because there's like so many opportunities, but we want to be impactful and we want to think about patients, right? So there's a difficult choice, but how we start this?
I will explain it from the point of view of a public health program, where I feel that it should be started in a small population, and the proof of concept which George was saying should be tried out, and once it's shown to be fruitful and productive and outcomes are good, it can be taken up to the governments and higher authorities, where which can enable to bring about changes in the policies of healthcare delivery and administration.
Yeah.
Same question?
Yeah, no. If you want to build on this, that there's or maybe George, there's a ways I'll address to the audience.
There's always another factor in the game, which are the medical devices, manufacturers, pharmaceuticals. In our case, also software companies that help us build EMR systems and so on. They're very interested in research and in proof of concepts, and they're always not pushing, but always introducing new ideas. And they are definitely keeping an eye on new development in technology in general. So proof of concepts, especially in small population areas, to try a new tool or a new solution or a new treatment.
To build some trust.
Exactly, to build some trust and spread the education and develop adoption between clinicians as well, because that's a major factor as well. A physician will not be comfortable using a tool or using a device to treat a patient unless they are comfortable of the results.
Yeah.
And this takes us to making sure to educate the public on the risks and the benefits of AI and make them also part of the conversation, because if you come in and introduce something to the public and they don't know anything about it, they really have no idea how a computer works. You come and say, by the way, you're not, this computer is going to say what's wrong with you, or, they're going to look at you. There's not, you have to build a trust, like George was saying, and address all the problems and be upfront and include the patients in the, I wouldn't say the setup of the model, but include the patients in the conversation early on. This is what we're doing. This helps you. This going to shorten the time where you can go to see a GP or a family doctor. You can get an answer faster, accurate answer, etc., etc.
Yeah. Adam, can I bring you to the stage? I need you to explain something about the work we're doing with UMass, which I think resonates very well with what Zaina is explaining. Do you want to share with us? it's filling the gap, because that's a very interesting experience. It's happening in the US. And, please go ahead.
Sure. So the trial we're a little too close to the speaker. The trial we're running with UMass, and we're very fortunate to be supported by BCR for this, is to investigate high-risk screening, given MRI if you understand people are high risk. So as I mentioned in my talk, if you have a high gauge, someone's likely to be diagnosed with cancer soon, but not immediately on something like mammography, you can change their rate of diagnosis by giving them a better modality. So this is exactly what we're pursuing with UMass, where we're flagging people who are high risk, offering them supplemental MRI, looking at people who, under current standard of care, are approved for this. What is the rate of the outcome? How effective is the intervention? How efficient is it? And then how much more efficient is it under the new AI-driven intervention?
But what makes this model very interesting is this is in a public system that not necessarily will follow the standard of, or will follow the standard of care. But if there is a need for extra screening, who's going to pay for the bill now, right?
Exactly.
I was going to ask, because this is a public system, and where's the funding coming from? Who's paying for the treatment? Who's paying for the cost? And what are the regulators telling you?
Exactly.
So we talk about small proof of concept.
Yeah.
The regulator needs to be partnering with us. The insurance company that will cover the cost has to be, especially in our case, because we don't work on grants as the case in the US, unless it's a government grant. And if that's the case, it would be a lot easier for us to work with insurance, to work with public healthcare services, and so on.
And from a from an organization, non-governmental organization that runs primarily on philanthropy and donations, it's extremely hard to come and convince someone, and I'm putting a lot of money into an AI tool to try and predict something, and they would look at me as, it needs a lot of education, and you need to really work on building the case and making people understand and making people believe in what you're doing, and understanding that. One of the things that come to my head is like, who's accountable if this model did something wrong, right? Who's accountable? Is it the doctor? Is it the model? Is it the hospital? Who is?
Shall we trust?
Exactly, and yeah, there's a lot of questions and things that I think would open this conversation further and in a different setting. But I mean, we have the data set.
Yeah.
There's millions of people. The cohort of patients, I mean, in cardiovascular disease, I think we see a lot of rheumatic heart disease patients where Europeans and Americans don't see these patients anymore. So there's a lot of unique data out there that can really help with a lot of models. So we need to start, but how are we going to do that?
Sorry, I just want to add a comment. So here's an idea for you. Next year, when we all come here together, we need to invite government, regulators, and insurance companies, so they learn from what's going on and how we can deliver it, and we can listen to their perspective.
I love it. And actually, the third panel is going to try to solve this. Her Excellency, Regina, and others will join us. We'll continue the conversation. I'll explain a little bit what are those gatekeepers and safety nets that we can create around this. This is true. Adoption of technology creates a number of challenges. Something I like very much what you said, Dina, about like education. This is critical, and that's part of the work that Adam and Regina have been spearheading in this UMass collaboration, right? How we try to educate population, and not just patients, but physicians. This is and then there's a number of stakeholders.
The only example they have in their head is robotics in manufacturing, and we were talking about this.
Yes, that's a good one.
Oh, get in a robot in a factory, make the worker redundant. So physicians would always think, okay, you're coming in and you're going to make my work redundant. Not necessarily. It's not going to be. You're not going to be redundant, but that's the thought, because that's the only example they have.
And we can give you examples of what places, hospital settings where we've seen those reactions. And that makes it really difficult for technology adoption, because it's unclear how this is working, and maybe it's going to take my job, right? I know we're taking this to another place, but that's not where I want to go. So questions now for our friends. Yes, please. Here.
Not really a question, but lots of comments, actually. Thank you. So great panel. Thank you, all of you, and thank you to Community Jameel and Jameel Clinic. But I also wanted to congratulate all of you on the great work you're doing. I wonder if we need to completely change our mindset as we think about healthcare. And I'm reminded of two things. One is one of Einstein's dying wishes, that we move to a society that thinks about all people as equal on the planet, in the context of this discussion, including in terms of global healthcare delivery. And I'm also reminded of the history of the United States. which Americans don't like to remember, but there was a time in the United States where black people were considered to be 3/5 of the value of a white person. And I'm wondering if we're too far away from that right now. So as I think about AI in healthcare, a few stats. This audience will know, but I think useful to remind everybody. The GDP per capita in India today is about $2,500 per year. I don't know what it is in Egypt. I'd guess double that.
1.7.
Really?
1,700.
Yeah. So obviously populations, 1.3 billion in India. If you take Bangladesh, Pakistan, add that, you're at 1.7 billion, almost 25% of the population of the world. Egypt, 150, something like that?
110.
110.
But we keep, I mean,
you're growing quickly.
We're adding very quickly.
Yes,
so.
yes. And then obviously Africa, Middle East are the big growth populations of the planet. So I'm wondering if the change in mindset, I liked very much the comments everybody made, but Dr. Paul, it sounded like basic healthcare, early intervention, basic screening is really where you're going to make the most impactful difference. Almost all of the talks this morning were talking about things like imaging, tomography. It's not going to help 7 billion people on the planet. It might help 300 million in America, and it's going to help a subsection of those 300 million in America. So I'm wondering if the fundamental shift, as we think about AI in healthcare, is to lead by thinking about the 7.7 billion people who live outside America, as opposed to leading, which all of the talks, with the greatest of respect for the amazing work going on in the front panel here, but they're very biased to thinking not just about America, they're biased to thinking about Boston, Cambridge, which is the most elite healthcare system on the planet and has no relevance whatsoever to the real world. So I'm wondering if there should be a fundamental shift. So we lead by thinking about 7.7 billion people and how we use AI to help them versus, I live in Boston, by the way, how we help people like myself. I don't really need help, to be honest. It's fine. That's not where the issue is in global healthcare. So just a provocative thought.
Lovely comment, and it comes very well because it aligns so well with the mission of Jameel Clinic, right, and how we democratize technology. I think Regina was telling me earlier, like, and some of our audience as well, is like how we reverse engineer, right? Some of these technologies is going to start in Boston. Now it needs to start from somewhere else, right? And what are the? Maybe you want to comment as well, because I think this is something would be good also for the audience, right? Trying to understand how this shift paradigm is happening, right? You want to comment? Because I think it's a beautiful statement and it helps us to transition. Yeah.
There are a lot of studies that show that majority of clinical AI today is trained on the data that come from two parts of the world, both in North America. One is from the Northeast, Boston, New York, and another one from San Francisco. So the models for the whole world are trained about the part that even not representative of the US population. And this is a big problem. And it's not only about the training the model, it's very correct. What are the questions that we need to be solving? If you're looking today what FDA approves in AI, for whatever it's worth, the vast majority of tools are radiology. Even if you're looking about the elite Boston market, I don't believe that, mammography or is going to be there, in 10 years' time, because this is not the technology that is sustainable. It's a lot of radiation. There are a lot of problems with it. And I think it's good time, and this is one of the reasons for us reaching out and coming here, instead of us deciding what is the problem that we need to solve. And the reason I started working on breast cancer, because in 2014 I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And during my treatment, I actually discovered that my cancer was visible on the mammogram 3 years before that. And I didn't even realize that whenever you come out of the doctor's office and they say that you are fine, you may be not fine. 1 in 7 is not fine. And this is very, very common problem. And that's Adam and I started working on changing it. But this was something based on my experience and availability of data. But it's not how we should be deciding where we are putting next. What are the big AI questions for healthcare? And we really need to understand. I was very delighted. I previously talked to Dr. Sebastian. What are the questions? Maybe, what he was suggesting, which would have such a huge impact. Maybe we should be putting resources on collecting the data and training the models for that. Maybe the problem of diabetes, which is so prevalent in you know, in Middle East, in many developing countries. Maybe that's where we should be thinking, you know, where should be thinking about. So really, not only bringing our technologies and saying use it, or let's retrain it on your population, but going it in a different direction, kind of listening and understanding what is a problem, and then utilizing all the resources to solve this problem. So I very, very much agree, and I hope that for me, one of the outcomes of this conference and the engagement with different partners here is really to understand where we should put our energy and what are the problems that we are solving. And I think right now we are solving very few problems that, as you correctly said, serve very few people in the populations that already have excellent healthcare.
Seems we're starting a revolution here. Thank you very much for the transition.
Can I just comment on
Please.
something? Because I was very interested about when you, everyone that presented this morning about the bias in the data set. And it was, what was interesting me is exactly what we're talking about right now is when you're looking at the biases only from sex and gender or from race or ethnicity or socioeconomic status, but you're not looking at the biases on the data sets on disparities in access to quality healthcare or equipment and digital technology. You know what I mean? So yeah. Oh, okay. So because it wasn't presented, I was interested to see if you're looking at this as a risk of bias as well.
Actually, we do, and those things are identify the risk of bias. What we discover a lot in the data set that we actually are not even aware of the bias that is out there, and it can result in really catastrophic consequences. Now I would tell you a story that hopefully Adam will be okay that I'm telling it aloud to everybody. When Adam started working on the model, on his mammogram model, he ran the model and we got the number 99.9% or something like this. So would it be 91? We would just celebrate the great achievement. But in 99, both me and him knew that something is off. We spent humongous amount of time trying to understand why it was wrong. And in summary, after 2 weeks of his very hard work trying to distill it, what we found out has to do with how the data was collected in the hospital. So the hospital, for whatever reason, without telling us, took all the negative cases from one time span and all the positive cases from another time span, and in the middle, they changed the machine. So what the model was learning is not who has cancer. It was learning from which machine the image was taken, which on the test correlated perfectly with an outcome. If you would have taken this model and tried to run it, you're going to take totally random result. So this kind of bias, because you are not collecting the data, is really hard to identify. So I am always concerned about this type of things that we don't know what is a bias. And a lot of the work that we dedicated is how kind of to extract from the data. Shrooq was referring to this work. How do you identify that there is something off in this data that you really don't know? And I would give you another example that, again, at the beginning of our career getting into this field, I remember I got the data from MGH, from the privileged MGH, on breast cancer occurrences. And then I saw that like 99.9% of women had 0 children. And even though it's true that at MGH, you know, the hospital that MGH, the audience that MGH serves do not have a lot of children, but not 0 children. It's like, wow. And then we asked somebody who created the data, and they explained to us that each time when the woman didn't fill out the number of children on their mammogram intake form, they just put 0. So, and this majority of women didn't fill out the form, this was this 0 thing. So it happens all the time. The intake data is extremely noisy. There are a lot of this type of biases, and you can build the whole system, which will not generalize. So I think even in the perfect system, and maybe you're thinking you have the perfect system, everybody say they do. There are lots of things that we don't understand. It's really important to distill it.
Right.
Sorry, Adam.
If I may add a couple of comments. I mean, this is a very exciting discussion. We can talk here for the whole day. A couple of things. One of them is the gentleman was talking about the 300 people in North America. We need to increase access. So when some researcher is working on a new protocol or a new device, a new solution, we need to think practically from the point of view of people like us who really deliver the service with clinicians. What is the practical way of delivering that solution? So there are so many technologies available, like excuse me, telehealth and telepresence and all these technologies, which are really beneficial in helping. Just by visual diagnosis or looking at the patient, you can decide whether this patient needs further investigation or not. That's one thing. The second thing is you're doing your research on data sets. How accurate are the data sets? Integrity of data. These are all important things, and they all start with, believe it or not, with us at the hospital collecting the right data and governing it. So when you come up with a research or publish a paper, you need to provide us with some guidelines for what you're looking for, what are the data elements that you're looking for, so we can tell you if this exists or not. So it all comes down to collaboration, sessions like this. So maybe next year we need a bigger place and invite more people.
Lovely. Thank you very much. So I think we're running out of time now. We're going. There's any other question, Akram? Maybe. Yeah, I'm not giving you my microphone. This is the third one. So I just like.
Keep going. Go ahead. No, fascinating discussion. So I think maybe one comment on how do we turn these problematics into actual impactful interventions for people. And in my experience, certainly for having worked in limited resource settings in sub-Saharan Africa for HIV or hepatitis, I think the key driver that I've observed certainly has always been the commitment of governments and policymakers. That's why I think it's really important that we have certainly today.
No pressure to the third panel, yes.
Precisely. So we have representatives from ministries of health and decision makers, which I think is the key engine. I've seen it in Egypt for having worked on the hepatitis C elimination program that President Sisi had engaged, where they tested over 50 million Egyptians and treated. So it's a good example in my view, but it takes very strong political will and commitment, and I think that's a big driver.
Thank you, Akram. Any other comment? I think yes, everybody's happy. Okay, so we'll follow up now. Back to Dalia.
I am now pleased to introduce to you our third panel focused on policy questions for AI in healthcare, which will explore the types of policies we need to ensure AI is used effectively from the perspective of policymakers. The session will be moderated by Professor Regina Barzilay, AI faculty lead at the MIT Jameel Clinic and the MIT School of Engineering, distinguished professor for AI and health. I please invite our panelists and moderator to come on stage.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say thank you very much for the whole audience. I know it was a long day, and thank you for staying with us. But we really decided to keep the most important panel to the end, as we already heard that it's all the policymakers that are deciding how it's going to be implemented. So at any rate, the goal here is really to think together what are the right policies and the right incentives that the government has to put in place to make sure that AI implementation actually happens and happens in a secure and safe way. And what I noticed in another panel is that actually there were a lot of great questions from the audience. So what we will do, I will first ask all the panelists to introduce themselves and specify what is their interest in AI and health and policy. And after the short introduction, we will open it up for the discussion with the audience. How does it sound? Okay? Great. So we'll start.
Well, my name is Mubarak Ibrahim. I'm actually currently the acting CIO for the Emirates Health Services. Emirates Health Services actually spanned off for the Ministry of Health and Prevention. We do cater now for 130 facilities between hospitals and clinics, and we do manage the Northern Emirates in totality. From my side, I have been actually involved in both the legislation side plus the operation side, but now concentrating more on the operation side and implementing what the legislation is actually imposing, or not imposing, but managing now currently in the UAE. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Eray. I'm honored to be here, to be invited there. I'm from Turkey. I'm Turkish Minister of Health Software Directory. I'm leading the digital transformation of the Turkish Ministry of Health and healthcare digital transformation. And we are focusing on healthcare, patient satisfaction, and the legacy of the digital transformation and the AI projects.
Good afternoon. Test? Okay, Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tala Al-Ramahi, and I'm here representing Reaching the Last Mile. For those of you who don't know, Reaching the Last Mile is a portfolio of global health programs funded by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, President of the UAE. A lot of the work that is invested through His Highness's philanthropy focuses on disease elimination, and particularly on diseases that are within the last mile of elimination or eradication. So significant investments of His Highness in philanthropy have focused on 3 core disease verticals. One is polio, which is really within the last mile of eradication, but as many of you know, the last mile is always the most difficult. The second disease that we focused on through the portfolio has been on malaria, and this is where I'll speak more on the work that we're leveraging through AI, and hopefully addresses your comments on how we can leverage AI to support and enable people that are in the most marginalized communities. And malaria, in fact, affects or nearly half of the world's population lives in a place where malaria is a risk or a threat. Last year, malaria infected 247 million people around the world and has caused over 620,000 deaths. So I'll talk a little bit more about how we've used AI to help prevent many of these malaria cases and deaths. And then finally, just on the portfolio, a lot of investments have been channeled towards neglected tropical diseases. So these are diseases, typically vector-borne diseases that are most common in the poorest, I would say, communities around the world. A lot of the investments have been focused in sub-Saharan Africa on 2 particular diseases called river blindness and lymphatic filariasis. And essentially the ethos of His Highness's philanthropy has been focused on leveraging partnerships across sectors, but also investing in catalytic solutions to some of the diseases that we tackle through the programs. And maybe I'll speak more to this later, so I'll hand over to Atif to speak more about his work.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Atif Al-Bareki. I'm the Chief Information Digital Officer at Dubai Academic Health Corporation. Probably some of you have not heard about this. It's a new organization established in the Emirates of Dubai with a mandate of being a fully integrated academic health system. Previously, Dubai Health Authority used to regulate the healthcare sector in Dubai and also operate all the hospitals, clinics, and centers owned by the government of Dubai. Now, with the new change, that operations part is being spinned off, and it's going to be part of Dubai Academic Health Corporation. But also at the same time, we're bringing Mohammed bin Rashid University of Medicine and Health Science and Mohammed bin Rashid Research Center and Al Jalila Foundation and Al Jalila Children's Hospital, so some other government assets into the corporation, and the target is to fully integrate them, to integrate the mission of care, discovery, and learning within a single organization. We're still in the early stage of establishment. We don't have a brand name yet, so hopefully by next year we'll have a more presence in the market. But the corporation, or previously Dubai Health Authority, has been operating various hospitals, clinics, and centers in the Emirates of Dubai. So that transition is happening at this stage. My previous role, or my previous job, was as a CEO of Abu Dhabi Health Data Services, which is a health information exchange in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi known as Malafi. And that's where we had various use cases of leveraging the data that was available in the platform to activate various AI and machine learning use cases, which I'm going to talk a bit more about in the session today.
So thank you very much. So I have lots of questions, but I would first, as I promised, let the audience ask a question. Do we have any immediate questions for the panelists? Okay. I think the audience is quiet. So go ahead, please.
So one of the advantages I think a location like Dubai potentially has is the ability to provide birth to death healthcare coverage and tracking of humans from birth to death in a way which you can't really do in the US, for example, because of the slightly odd idiosyncrasies of US healthcare. Possible maybe in a country like the UK, most of the European Union theoretically has birth to death through national healthcare systems. But if you can really implement tracking of data from birth to death, then it opens up the possibility of having healthcare systems which are driven by the desire to optimize healthcare over a lifetime and minimize the cost over a lifetime, which is exactly the opposite of how the US healthcare system works in practice. So thoughts on that, and then that links to the ability of this region in particular to potentially leapfrog and be the leader in terms of thinking about healthcare policy, given the backdrop of global existing incumbent issues.
Yeah, sure. And I'll look at Mubarak also to add into that. So, you know, and that was one of the main drives of having health information exchange programs across the United Arab Emirates. So at the federal level, there is a program called RIAYATI, which is the unified medical record across the country. At various Emirates level, we have another health information exchange, which is at the Emirates of Abu Dhabi, known as MENASA, and in Dubai, there is a program called NABAD, which is the health information exchange at the Emirates of Dubai. Now, just a quick background about, you know, the healthcare market in the UAE. We're a multi-payer system, you know, in various Emirates, so in Dubai and in Abu Dhabi, and also more in the Northern Emirates. So we do have, you know, public healthcare providers and private healthcare providers, and they do have different systems, different medical records. Now, the idea of these programs is to ensure that, you know, we integrate all these, you know, the public and the private across the different Emirates and at the federal level. The programs at the Emirates level are in advanced stages, and they are already integrated at the federal level. And I think at the federal level also there is a rollout of rolling out RIAYATI across the various Emirates. And that's the aspiration at the end, is that, you know, once you have all the facilities operating within the United Arab Emirates fully connected, we're not going to be replacing electronic medical record systems, but all of them are going to be fully integrated, and you can get a full insights about the patient.
Just in addition to what Mr. Ataf has said, that we have started the birth and death registration at an early age, even before we started the national health record. Now, for that, we have one database that caters for all the birth and death for the patients or for the population within the UAE, which is actually also linked with our Emirates ID. So it is unique across the UAE. That has actually helped us when we did the National Unified Medical Record to identify each one by one identifier. So we are actually eliminating anything when it comes to the duplication. And as said by Ataf, our main aim in the future is to utilize this 3 HIEs, which is when we started doing that, we had a lot of negative comments from different HIE companies stating you cannot link 3 HIEs and you will not be able to do it. But I'm just saying that we are proud here in the UAE that we have actually succeeded on that. We have RIAYATI, which is for the Northern Emirates. We have which is actually catering for the private and the government government and private hospitals and clinics also. And then Malafia said by Ataf for the area of Abu Dhabi in totality. And then we have NABAD. Just recently, we have linked RIAYATI with NABAD. So we are catering for the data for the Northern Emirates plus the data for Abu Dhabi. And I think by the end of the year, we'll finalize also with Malafi. In this case, we in the UAE will be ready to have one unified medical record for our patients. So wherever he moves in any of the facilities in UAE, he will be having one record that the physician can access.
So thank you. If I may actually ask the follow-up question. So it's really amazing to hear this infrastructure building, because in the places in the US, it's virtually impossible to do it, and it's definitely not an easy step to put it together. But I want to go back to actually the topic of this panel, which is the policy, because, you know, having infrastructure is, you know, required, but it's not really the only thing that is needed to do AI research on this data. And the immediate question that comes to my mind is, how do you plan from the governance perspective to allow access to this data? Because on one hand, we're thinking about the privacy, correct? On the other hand, you know, models for AI, despite their limitation, they still have capacity to really make early detection, find medication, variety of things. So who will have access to this data, under which conditions, and how do you imagine integrating this model that were developed on the local data in the healthcare system, which ultimately paid for creating of these resources?
Let me start by Sheikh Mohammed quote. Sheikh Mohammed said that by 2031, we want to be, the UAE will be the most suitable country that is ready to implement AI across. And there has been actually a strategy that is actually established. It's called the Artificial Intelligence Strategy. Within the strategy, there is the objectives and how each of these objectives will be able to be implemented. When it comes to the governance, yes, we know there are a lot of challenges with that when it comes to the data security and when it comes to data sharing, data management and all that. But there is actually, if you review the strategy, it caters for each of this. No, they have established artificial intelligence and the blockchain council, and their main role actually is to look into these type of AI new modules implementations for them to be able to say yes or no to it. And another thing that they have established, and also Mr. Atif can put more effort, is that we have established the Cyber Security Council, which is mainly role is for the data privacy and confidentiality. They have actually did a huge guidelines that is now imposed in all the facilities that we need to follow. One of the major things that they have done is now currently they are building something called the National Cloud, where we'll be able actually to cater for all this under one national cloud. So in this case, we're not having the risk of data to be exposed outside or leak into the data, because with the national cloud, it's going to be easy and it's going to be in the country, managed by the country, and the security guidelines will be actually implemented. So this when it comes to the security. When it comes to the data management, actually as of current, there are certain laws that you have it now currently. We have something called the ICT law. The ICT law has been established now in 2019-18, where we are actually having all the data sharing and how you share the data, and you need to be in the country, the sensitivity of the data and all this type of things. So this law is also being implemented within, our facilities. Also going forward, when we did the National Unified Medical Record, we have actually established committees at the level of the UAE from different entities. So we have Abu Dhabi, where we've established for the security, we have established for the data set integration, and we have established for the security data set and the integration part. And these committees actually, they were working together very closely to be able that whatever data is being shared or whatever data is being managed, it should be within the guidelines and the protocols that has been set by these committees. Thank you.
So if I may just push a tiny bit on it. So I'm thinking about UK Biobank, where the data of the patient using the funding primarily from many industrial partners like pharmaceutical companies was de-identified and made available to researchers. And it was really amazing to see how much research it enabled both on clinical AI and on drug discovery field, and one can say that great for them, we want to keep our data private, but, one of the negatives of the fact that now we only have one UK biobank is that pharmaceutical companies are now discovering drugs which is tailored to the UK population. So then the question is, are there any plans of creating an equivalent or maybe something different specific to the region, which would made these resources in some ways more open than maybe a very confidential and private data?
Yes, there is. One of the plans is that collaboration between different entities and, learning from the best practices, as you stated. So currently, even within the governance that has been stated in the strategy of the AI, it states that there will be a collaboration with different regions, whether it was in the Gulf or outside, where they're going to be actually sitting together and doing these type of alignments. So yes, there is plans for that.
Great. Did you want to add?
Yeah, I'll just add that I think, about data sharing is a very sensitive topic, right? And it gets more complex the more you share the data beyond the boundaries of your facility, network of facilities, across various, different ownership of facilities, and even cross countries and across industries. Now, I would say in general, in Dubai Academic Health Corporation, we realize that there is value of using the data beyond providing care, especially now with the integration of the university and the research centers with the care delivery arm, because within the care delivery, we have EPIC implemented across all our facilities. All the hospitals, clinics, specialty centers are using the same electronic medical record, and there are various security and privacy controls to ensure that data is shared between facilities that are owned by the same corporation, and ensuring that we have the patient consent and all the regulatory aspects covered within that. Now, having a research center now within the same corporation, we're currently looking at that, putting a data strategy. How can we enable the data to be available for our researchers within the same organization? And information governance and data governance is going to be definitely a key area we need to look at. How do we ensure that there is the right level of de-identification and the controls that we need to put in place to ensure the privacy of the patient? But that makes it a bit more easier because we're a fully integrated academic health system with the same governance in terms of corporate governance, same CEO, same board of directors. Across a sector, I can maybe talk about my previous experience in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi, where the initial policy, as Baraka highlighted, the ones that came in 2018, 2019, was focused on ensuring that data is shared for the purpose of providing care across various healthcare facilities within the Emirates of Abu Dhabi. And that's what enabled health information exchanges, being it in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, and at the federal level. And that covered various regulatory aspects. So having a policy that mandates the participation into these networks. How do you handle patient consent and other privacy aspects? Even from legal liabilities, or let's say cross-organizational. So what will be the data sharing agreements that needs to be signed across the various facilities? And the focus was really on the care coordination use cases. I know that in Abu Dhabi earlier this year, they announced an MOU to establish a Center for Digital Health, where they're looking at using the data for secondary use. So how can you partner with third-party companies and put the right level of policies for secondary use of data, and information governance, legal aspects of what agreements needs to be signed. I don't have full visibility of where that has reached, but I know that that's an aspiration of various Emirates and at the federal level also, to ensure that data is being shared.
So I just got here a note from Ignacio, who says that Iraq has a lot to add to this topic. So would you like to elaborate how it's done in Turkey?
Sure. There is also a privacy policy, and this is the most challenge of Turkey. We have a personal data protection law like a GDPR. So it said that you have only in certain conditions you can collect the data. It said that when you want to improve the public health, when you want to you have a consent form from the patient, and the other condition is the anonymized data. But as a Minister of Health, we can collect the data because we are try to improve the public health. And when we come to your question, the healthcare is centralized in Turkey. So all of the hospitals are connected to centralized EHR in Turkey. It's about 2,000 hospitals and send the data and must send the data to the EHR system. So not only the EHR, but also the radiological images. We are collecting about radiological images, the BT, CT, and MRI. We have lots, 10 billions about of EHR in Turkey. And so the social insurance will pay the hospital when you send only the EHR and radiological images to the centralized system. Yes, we have lots of use cases in Turkey. We have a lots of data, and these are the classified also images. For example, we have a blind eye mammography images. So there are lots of classified with the level of the BI rats. So we have a clean data, but as a governance, there's a big problem to extend out the universities, the academic researchers. When you want to share this data to the universities or private sector, and there should be a consent form of the anonymization. Taking consent form from every patient is a really problem. So we focused on the anonymization engine. Nowadays, we are developing an anonymization engine that works on. Sorry about that. That works on not only the data and the radiological images, but you know that it's a bit challenge because there are lots of kind of devices that puts the images, the names of the patient to the radiological images. So it's a bit challenge. And as a policy, we are, other than the privacy policy, it says that we have to encrypt our data. And the encryption is a bit problem. When you think about the big data problem, when you collaborate or correlate the data with, other than different databases together, it's a bit problem. So we have developed our technologies according to these policies.
Great, great. So we focus so far on the data privacy, data sharing, which really a big question. And we can see that depending on the country, what is possible, it really changes what is developed and how it is catered for the population of the country. But I just want to slightly kind of shift gears and hear, different experience. So Tala was telling to us about, how AI can solve the problems of really underserved populations. And I particularly connect to what she's saying because like this year, my close friend went, and Dina's close friend, actually went to visit her family and she got dengue. And she almost died. The lucky thing that she was an executive of Johnson & Johnson. She was airlifted to Singapore and then to New York. And and I never realized that dengue is such a terrible, terrible disease for which there is really not so effective cure, even though Johnson & Johnson has drug in stage 2 clinical trial, but they apparently didn't want to try it on her. My point is, it actually brought to my attention there are so many diseases that we don't see in Cambridge, Massachusetts, but which affect humongous populations that is unprotected. So I'm really curious, Tala, to hear about your AI and health experience. And also when you kind of share it with us, since again, we're talking about really underprivileged population, what do you think at the end when you finish your description, what are the policy questions that you think people in this panel and in the audience should be thinking when this kind of research is done?
Yeah, thank you so much, Regina. So just to provide some context on the work that we're funding through Malaria No More on malaria prevention through AI. 3 years ago, His Highness funded a program called Forecasting Healthy Futures. What this was meant to do is understand the challenge of the climate health nexus. Climate change currently is considered the biggest health threat to humans today. And a lot of the diseases that we tackle through the portfolio, especially vector-borne diseases, are affected significantly by climate change. We still don't understand the magnitude or just how climate change is affecting the prevalence of these diseases due to changing weather patterns, etc. And because these vectors are affected significantly by these changing weather patterns. So what we embarked to do through Forecasting Healthy Futures is use weather data as well as health data to better predict when and where malaria outbreaks happen. We started a pilot program in Odisha, India. What essentially we try to do to just speak to some of the challenges on data as well. There were obviously many challenges that we faced through this effort and through this endeavor. A lot of it came from frontline health workers at the primary health level, just because they didn't realize how big data could be utilized and how AI could be effective in supporting their work on the ground in prevention of malaria. And then dengue as well, very much affected in the same way through climate change. And so what we try to do, and these have been effective ways that we were able to access the data, but also enable different agencies on the state and national level to work together. One was for us to set up an interagency experts committee. So this included representatives from across agencies, from both the state level, but also the national level, who were working on basically getting the data to build the model where we can better predict malaria outbreaks. That was one. Another, I think, important thing that was done through this effort is to train the primary healthcare workers on how to collect better data that we can use for this model. As you can imagine, and was mentioned in previous panels as well, a lot of the data at a primary health level, and especially in resource-limited settings, are very basic. Sometimes, and most of the time, are taken by hand on paper and are stored on paper archives, essentially. So a big part of this effort was first to digitize a lot of these records, but also for future planning and purposes when we hope to expand the prediction and planning tools that we're developing through this program, is to help digitize that from point zero of this journey, of this patient journey. So that was another thing. And then one point that was also mentioned that I wanted to speak to is the importance of getting government buy-in. So this program is funded by philanthropic capital. However, a primary ethos of how we decide on what programs we should invest in through His Highness's portfolio has been to ensure that government is bought in and believes that this program is a need for their communities. And that is where essentially what we did from the get-go is to set up a unit, a strategy unit within the federal level that was working very closely with the vector-borne disease control programs at the community level. That proved to be extremely effective. In the pilot that we rolled out in Odisha, India, over the last 4 years, we've seen a 90% reduction in malaria cases. And that was, I don't want to say, or I don't want to take credit for for this reduction, but the work on forecasting healthy futures and creating that prediction and planning tool through AI and big data played an instrumental role in the decrease of these cases. From a policy perspective, I think, in addition to ensuring that frontline health workers get the right training, I think there also should be training on training frontline workers on a better understanding of data modeling, not so that they're doing the data modeling themselves per se, but to better understand how they can use these models to apply to their work to better prevent certain climate-sensitive diseases within their communities.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see there is a question. There is a gentleman over there.
Thank you so much. And I thought if we find someone from the regulation, because I know Mr. Atif, I know Ms. Mubaraka, we have a lot of interaction with them during my time in Jalila and Saha. And I commend their work. They did a great work in interoperability and data cybersecurity for the country. And they did a great job. But I feel we should look, now we do a very high level kind of policies, high level kind of program and structure, but we didn't look for the main thing which we need to address in order to use that type of high level of AI in our services. Like, for example, we don't have a very clear, very good access to care. And that's the main problem in most of the countries. Access to care is very limited, and it's always have difficulties patients to get access to care because of funding, because of money, because of whatever reason. We didn't have solution for that. In order to have a good data, we have to enroll most of the patients, as my friends here say, because there is some kind of bias and there is some kind of people who don't have afford to pay for the healthcare or even access the healthcare in the primary level. And I am very, very pleased with Dr. Paul model which he did in India for those kind of screening, early screening, and get access to patients to see at least even like a physical look for the problem and then make some kind of screening. At least it's better than not leaving the patient without any access to care. Now we need to improve the access for care in order to get this AI solution implemented in a better way and give good outcome, or at least people will get use of it, and for whatever purpose we use it in the healthcare. Also, we need to look for the IoT. IoT is now becoming also very, very good source of improving any kind of service. And IoT now is used, for example, and I know one of the things which we implemented with one of the companies here is the dead palm insect, and that can be used for the host of the vectors of Europe program, Ms. Tala. And also the other one is the telehealth. The telehealth can give access to care, and that should be enforced and improved, and also spread for all those people who have difficulty to reach hospitals, primary care centers. We can use whatever model we can use. People who are just like متبرعين, I don't know what is متبرعين معناه, دكاترة, in their own time use this platform to give some kind of chance to patients who can't have the care. So those together, all of them, will give a solution and will give the access to care, and we enroll more patients or more people, population in the healthcare system. Then we can get the use of the benefit of the data which we have in AI, whatever solution we have. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to zoom in. There were a lot of very interesting points, but I just want to focus to one point that really spoke up here, that at least I know the regulations in the US are not explicitly looking into it, because in some countries where the access to care is not universal, or maybe for some reason some patients are just not part of healthcare system, even if it is universal coverage. Whenever we are training the AI system and these patients are excluded, it actually perpetuates this inequity, because the models, even when they come to the healthcare system, these models are not going to be equipped to handle them. So I would let the panelists actually to opine on this topic. So, do you want to go ahead?
It's about more about access to care.
Sorry, but the point that I actually wanted to speak, obviously access to care is specific to the country, but the question is what the policy is doing to ensure that whenever the models are trained, they are actually trained in a way that people who didn't have access or maybe underrepresented in the system will be enrolled in this general population.
Okay, so when it comes to code bias of different models, I think it was covered in the previous panel. I attended very shortly.
I was not thinking about bias. I was
Okay.
imagine to yourself, I'm just giving like a crazy example.
Yeah.
Imagine to yourself that people who are living in some part of the country, maybe not here, they cannot get to the care. They don't get care, even though they can because it's half far, because they don't have normal access, or they go to the doctor much more rare than somebody who maybe lives in the center of the city where the clinic is nearby. So the sampling from the population, they all had access, but for some reason, some group didn't arrive. So the sampling, the number of times they go to the doctor, the outcomes data for those who live in the city center is going to be very different from the one which live on the outside. Now, when you are training an AI model, AI model you can even control for some biases. There is no such thing that you can bring them in and collect the data. So this type of inequities, even in the places with universal healthcare, are going to be happening. Maybe you're collecting less data about old people or something like this. So there are different artifacts. So the question is how, through the legislation and policy, one can control for it.
Yeah. So I'm not coming from the policy background, but I can say from a model training perspective, that's where you need to cover it in your statistical model, so that you give maybe higher representation of data. There will be data, but it will be maybe less representative of certain population. And that's where, from technology perspective, you need to cover it in your statistical model when you build it. When it comes to policy in general, right? That's more of an access policy, to be honest, than to a technology policy. But you covered various digital health, touch points, IoT or remote patient monitoring or data. The policy needs to give an incentive for healthcare providers to implement those those technologies. I think there's a lot of opportunity yet here in this market. We don't have a lot of incentive that can drive digital health adoption, and it will be linked also to the model of payment. When you have fee for service, it's different than when you really have a truly value-based care and you start maybe enforcing certain tests and frequency of tests, and then healthcare providers will start investing on digital health initiatives that can help really do more prevention and collect more data, and then to train the model to have more representation of specific segment of the population. That's what I can say.
I want to add something. At the beginning of this year, we published a regulation for the telehealth systems. So in Turkey, a surgeon can make an operation in a different city by the robotic arm, like a Da Vinci, or you can get an appointment from a different city or different hospital, or maybe you are elderly care or in a home care situation. You can get a doctor appointment and see a doctor by the by the video conference. And there is a system, there is infrastructure on this system. And we, by this regulation, we published to the private sector also. But there is a condition for the registration system. We are all of the private sector, like a hospital information system. They have to be auditable, or they have to be confirm that they are agree with the privacy policy also, and we audit them and register our central system, so they can also provide the telehealth appointment and telehealth medications also. And we think that especially the AI have to be considered in this area. As I mentioned, Professor, morning, there is a wireless modem. Like this wireless modem, we can process the treatment of the elderly care and the home care patients, like chronic diseases also, with the IoT and.
If I may add, to Doctor, actually, in the UAE, when the COVID happened, there was actually a big move in implementing the telemedicine. And because they wanted to reach the patient from the comfort of their home, and they don't want them to come to the hospitals. It was there prior to that, but unfortunately, because of the culture, nobody was utilizing it as per the requested. But when the COVID came, actually in about 1 year, we had more than 500,000 visits online, where the patient is at home and there is an access care that he can do that one. Another thing when it comes, and I'm just telling the gentlemen here, is that, Mr. Ataf, yes, we do cater for insurances that can make it easier for them to have the access. If you notice within the UAE, now they made it mandatory for each individual who will be having, if it's local, they will be having their own medical insurance done by the government. But if he's not local, then he should be having the minimum, health insurance packages where it's going to be actually giving them the chance that to have the access for care. Now, access for care is available, in the UAE, I can say that for 90% of the population, they can do that. But maybe it's the knowledge base, the customers are not aware of it, but it is there. Thank you very much.
Sorry, just tiny clarification. So in clinical trials, for instance, for longest time, the clinical trials didn't include, for instance, there was no requirement to have women as part of clinical trials and so on. So in order to ensure that the drugs are tested across the population, there are now regulations that your population has to be varied, based on gender, race, and so on. So do you envision in your respective systems to have such a regulation for AI, like where it is part of the policy?
Yes. See, now currently there is a program, it's called the Genome Program. The Genome Program is actually for the whole UAE, everybody, locals and residents or locals. The main objective of this is, as you stated, to have the whole specimen and do the AI and see what are the things that they're predicting how they can manage the health of the population within the UAE. This genome is actually putting everybody, whether it was female or male, in the trial itself. So there is no discrimination on that part. It's more, yes, we need them because their health comes first, especially around, as you said, developing cancer, developing these type of things. Through the genome, they can see how they can prevent it before it happens.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, the question to the policymakers, the biggest challenge for AI companies to commercialize in the GCC market, because of the data privacy, and each country requires the data hosting in each country, we are not able to achieve the economic of scale. So, in a long run, if we need to take the benefit of AI, I think GCC need to come out with one unified acceptance of data sharing or cloud hosting in the GCC, because this is already happening in your GCC council for the finance, for the banking and other industries, but why it's not happening in the healthcare?
Well, for the GCC country, actually I'm part of them. I do attend a couple of their meetings. They do have it in the agenda to establish that type of data sharing. They started it at the beginning of, even in your Emirates ID, they want to keep certain data there so that whenever you move, it's easier for them to give you care whenever you go in one of these GCC countries. But the next step is to discuss, as you said, how we can share the data of the patient across, but it requires a lot of guidelines regarding that, depending on who is ready. Like, Oman, mashallah, they're one of the countries who have established that. Saudi Arabia, they have done it in certain regions, and they have changed the healthcare to manage the sharing. So I think there are a couple of GCC countries who are ready now to sit on the floor, to sit together and see how we can do the integration together, but not all of them, unfortunately. Thank you.
Yes. Hello, everyone. So my question is more on the application of AI rather than the security of the data. So as you all know, in health, even us as human and physicians, we all make mistakes. And usually the liability and responsibility is very clear, how we can file a claim, all these kind of things. So in the AI, it's a huge debate, as you all know. And we always debate on it, whether as an AI specialist or even in health. So I'm interested to know, from your perspective, what is the progress in policy making in that perspective? I know it's still early to say that it's done, but what are the progress from your side? What's going on? What are the things that you think that it's a bit mature than the rest of, in that perspective?
It's actually, as said, it's a journey. And the challenge is that because these technologies, these emergent technologies, whether it was telemedicine, whether it was AI, now the metaverse is coming, you have a lot of technologies coming. And unfortunately, what we're seeing is that the technology takes place, the technology implemented, then we sit, what is the governance around it? What happened? Did we do that? Did we do this? And this is actually what's happening. Nobody is actually putting online that this technology should not be going out unless there is a guidelines around it. It's not happening like that. So what we do is after, as they say, after the aftermath, we're looking into how we can do this governance type of things. We in the UAE, we have done the medical liability law. In the medical liability law, it really caters for both, for the patient and the doctors, how they will be able to, reserve the rights, whether it was, when he does any like operation or see the patient or whatever, it's all there in the medical liability law, and it caters also for the telemedicine. One of the things that I think we should look into is also look into the part of how we can govern the AI. Certain areas we have done. Data sharing, we do have certain laws that can cater for. If you're talking about cybersecurity, yes, we do have. Now, one of the questions that I have here in the panel, if we have a collaboration outside, how we can do it, especially with the pharma or different, countries. Here we need to sit and see how we can do the guidelines and moving around, between those organizations. But we do have established certain, certain laws and regulations, but it's not all, but it's something that we can be, secure that this data has a security around it, so that you as a patient, when I'm sharing your data, you are actually also having this type of, confidence that your data will not be, misinterpreted or misused. Thank you.
And technology is improving, but the question is there, who is accountable? Yeah. There is no answer yet, I think, in any country. So we've stopped fighting with the question and start how can we use AI in an assistful or assist like an assistant to the professionals, health professionals. So we developed this AI system like a professional, like assistants. How can we improve the data? How can we change the guideline to the localization and so on?
And I would say, because we face the same issue in Malafi, which is the Health Information Exchange platform. So when we're doing the data sharing through the policy and regulation that cover the medical liability when it comes to sharing between facilities. When we got to AI prediction, that was that okay, these are predicted by machine at the end, and the policy does not cover that. So as the gentleman said, these are assisting information. I remember that one of the key guidelines that we received from the Clinical Advisory Committee is to put parameters. Why are we risk stratifying a person that he is or she is high risk of certain disease, to show the clinical condition behind that statistical model. But at the end, when that was being rolled out, we were very clear that this is like an assistive extra information to the clinician, and it's not replacing the clinical judgment that the person has to take when they provide the diagnosis and the.
And I want to tell about an use case in Turkey. We have a central doctor appointment system, which you can get an appointment from anywhere. And when we saw that there is 10% of the people get a wrong or different clinics from they want. And there is a huge number of them because in Turkey there is a 3 million in a day, 3 million appointment in a day. So it means that there is a 300,000 wrong appointments. So we use the AI in this way. We implement a project. It's in English, what's wrong with me? It gets the symptoms and the clinical history of the patient, and in the background, we set a diagnosis. We determine the diagnosis of the patient, but we don't show that patient because of the privacy. We show only like a suggestion. You have to see the doctor in these clinics in orthopedic like that.
Great. So we had another question, and do you still have a question?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
My name is Ihab Fath Rahman. I'm Associate Professor of Food and Agriculture at United Arab Emirates University. And I would like to start with saying to Community Jameel, this is a wonderful opportunity for people to come and talk with about those challenges, about the technology and how it can be used for the best of healthcare all over the world. So I have a question and then I have a comment. The question is for Dr. Tala Rahami. This is initiative by Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed is a great initiative that reached to those kind of diseases like malaria and the case study that you have shown and the initiative that you are implementing would have a great impact, would have a huge impact on always under the radar impact of those diseases in developing countries, especially in tropical area in sub-Saharan Africa and in India. So I would like you to tell us a little bit more, what is the next? I think that what you are telling us that you use the AI modeling for prediction of outbreak of malaria is a great example. But also you talked about training of practitioners at the field, at the place to understand and use IO modeling and technology. So in order to actually copy this model and copy this experience of such kind of diseases to the rest of the world, to other non-communicable diseases, cardiovascular diseases, all what we have heard about from the morning, what is next and how you can bring people together to do more. My comment is, from the morning we have been hearing huge examples of how shifting is happening in the health sector and in the information exchange and the effort by the different countries, and UAE have a huge and a very successful example of taking advantage of the COVID-19 with all the devastation that's happening around the world. But before COVID-19, nobody at home would know that you can use a PCR to test for COVID. We're using our phones now and smart devices all over the world to report cases, and it's a huge. So for the people who are working on the development of IO modeling, Dr. Regina, the other institutes, do you think the COVID-19 with all the bad effects created a framework, created a response by governments and policies to respond to the emergency in a way that we should take advantage of that and make those kind of policies and flexibility to move fast and quarantine area and do diagnostic and testing and an early detection in areas and so on. So AI technology from research institution, from university, I believe should jump and seize the opportunity to make more advances on AI. Those are my two comments.
Yeah, thank you very much for your comments and your questions. I'll start with more specificity on what's next for forecasting healthy futures. Early this year, actually, we launched the Institute for Malaria and Climate Solutions, which is a virtual center of excellence that would leverage climate data and basically leverage climate data and AI to better understand climate-sensitive diseases, starting with malaria, obviously because of the name, but because of the partner that we led this effort with. What we hope to do next is to leverage these prediction and planning tools and the model to other climate-sensitive diseases, including dengue. And in Q1 of next year, we are going to hold a summit called Forecasting Healthy Futures, bringing together data scientists, health professionals, and people that are not typically in the room together to similar to what we've done today, to better understand how we can apply AI to global health programs. However, for the summit next year, we're hoping to focus on health programs that are in resource-limited settings. And that's where we'll delve deeper into what this means on the use of AI and big data in resource-limited settings, because the healthcare system is very different and the considerations that we need to take are very different there. That's one. I think another thing worth mentioning as well is on the other diseases that we tackle through the portfolio, including polio, but I think more relevant for this conversation are neglected tropical diseases. As I mentioned, a lot of our work focuses on sub-Saharan Africa, as well as Yemen for NCDs. And through that work, a lot of the prevention and treatment happens through mass drug administration. Most of this work is done by community healthcare workers. And a lot of these workers are actually unpaid, and they do this on a voluntary basis. And so one of the things that we are now taking into consideration as we rethink our strategy on our philanthropic investments are what are some cross-disease priorities that we need to start thinking about. And one of the most important and critical cross-disease priorities are the healthcare workers, of course. And what we're trying to do now is to wrap our heads around what could be a cross-disease healthcare worker initiative we can launch that would take into consideration what we're trying to achieve on disease elimination, but also understanding what are some of the, I guess, skill sets that they need to better deliver the health interventions that are required across diseases. That's one. Another priority that we're exploring as well is with forecasting healthy futures. This was our first foray into leveraging AI on disease programs that His Highness focuses on. We hope to explore more opportunities where we can build on this work and explore opportunities across diseases. When it comes to neglected tropical diseases, for example, a lot of the drugs that are used for the treatment and prevention of these diseases are donated by pharma companies. And because, unfortunately, they serve people in the poorest of the poor communities, there isn't a need to innovate when it comes to these drugs to make them more effective or to have the same drug treat more than one NCD. And so we are currently having conversations with the Mohammed bin Zayed University for Artificial Intelligence. You heard from Professor Eric earlier, who actually have been a driving force on the technical work on forecasting healthy futures. But now we're speaking to them about how we start innovating on drugs that are used for diseases that are more prevalent or endemic in resource-limited settings. I think, I mean, that's what our priorities are for the next 2 years, we hope. And we hope to learn more from this community here, but also bring in other players that have not been a part of this conversation. And I think maybe one last point is a lot of the work on our malaria program is on the climate health nexus. And this has been a growing and emerging conversation in the global health community about how climate change will affect global health outcomes. We know they will, and unfortunately, the prospect is not great. However, there isn't enough research that has been invested on understanding just how climate change will affect some of these diseases and the outcomes in the communities that we work with. So another priority will be to invest in more research to better understand that relationship on the climate health nexus.
Thank you. Thank you. If I may, I just want to make sure that we let everybody answer the question. I'm happy to answer your question after the panel. So there was another question, please.
All right. My question is split into two. We have a lot of businesses commercializing AI and selling AI for a large amount of money. Do we have today a policy that enforces those companies to be transparent about how many, for example, samples being used to train up a model, and to give some kind of information, fact sheet about the models that they produced? And my second question is, the community of AI is facing a lot of issues when it comes to generalization, fighting biases, etc. I mean, trusted AI. Should the policy license AI model, for example, to do specific things for specific community? Is that something that's can we do today? Is that even if your model is not generic enough, can we license it to be used for certain community, etc.? Thank you.
If I may just start by saying, what's going on in FDA, I know that it's not necessarily what is done in this region, but it's exemplary in terms of very serious limitation of the current state of the art. What FDA, as I showed in my talk, claims that it is responsibility of the developer to convince the regulators that your AI is free of bias and explain the community of use. It does require you to disclose on which population the data was used for training. The main problem is that even if you say 20 to 10 hospitals that come from area A, B, C, D, you still don't know what it's going to do on a new data set. And that's why I think that we have really a regulatory loophole right now that with limited disclosures, with the fact that they don't have to really make the model as open, to make it open source, we would never really know until, one tries. And even if one tries, we don't know what it's going to do over time. So I think that there is really a place where regulation and tool development should come together, where the tools like the one Shrooq was describing and others, really about the confidence, about identifying biases, it shouldn't be given to the guesses and discovering what happened after the deployment. This is something that regulators should be really enforcing and developing on the research side to put the two together. I think that at least on the FDA side, it's really, really a serious loophole. So do you have any comments about the local?
Almost the same now. Currently, it's one of the, in the governance, it's one of the, comes under one of the duties and responsibilities for the AI and the Blockchain Council. There is a council that looks into this type of AI that's going to be implemented. Now, currently, honestly, I'm not aware how they're doing the certification part of it, but yes, we do have an arm now in the UAE that looks into these AIs.
Thank you. There is another question. Go ahead.
One last question.
Okay.
Hi, my question is to Tala. I just wanted to ask you really quickly, what do you think are some of the ways that different actors, like from academia, from philanthropies, from policymakers, what are some ways that they can work better together to kind of fast track the integration of AI into the healthcare sector?
It's a very good question. Again, going back to how we govern the work on forecasting healthy futures. What we did are several things on the governance level. One is to set up a scientific advisory committee that was advising on the technical aspect of this work. So this included a lot of data scientists, but also professors from various universities, including public health schools that were interested in this work. From a philanthropic perspective, we obviously represented His Highness's philanthropy on this work, and we were embedded within a steering committee that drove what we hoped to see were priorities through this work and future work on this program. And then also, what we try to do is leverage UAE-based institutions. So oftentimes, people think about philanthropy from the region as having, unlimited sums of money to just put into certain programs or investments. Our investments are much more strategic in the sense that, as I mentioned, we have disease verticals, but also we wanted to make sure more so as we move forward, that we leverage the capabilities that we've set up and invested in the region to address work that we're doing at a global level. So that's been really integral as we think about this work, and which is why we brought in Mohammed bin Zayed University for Artificial Intelligence to lead on the technical aspect of the work. That's one. Another thing I would mention probably is that what we are trying to do as well is to engage the academic community here in the UAE. So as we start planning for the summit next year on this topic, we engaged NYU Abu Dhabi, who we know have an interest in artificial intelligence and have a strong team there that would be interested in building on this work, especially to address some of the regional challenges on global health and AI. So I believe from a governance perspective, steering intersector or cross-sector committees have been especially helpful. And the very way that we set up the program, including the Institute for Malaria and Climate Solutions, was essentially to be a platform where we convened different types of stakeholders to roll out this work, which is why I believe it was quite effective, and especially with the pilot that we rolled out in Odisha, India, and why we had other countries coming to us now saying, we want to do the same work, please do the same work for us in our country. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, and let's thank all the panelists and the audience for the participation.
Thank you all today. Thank you all for today's thought-provoking discussions. We hope that this conference has highlighted the importance of building a robust coalition and network of researchers, clinicians, hospitals, and public health actors to address obstacles and find a way forward for AI in health. It is now my pleasure to welcome George Richards, Director at Community Jameel, on stage for the closing remarks.
Thank you, Dalia. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, I won't keep you long. I'm the last thing between relaxation. Just first of all, thanks to our colleagues at Art Jameel for hosting us here in the wonderful Jameel Arts Center, our co-conveners, Wellcome Trust, the Mohammed bin Zayed University for Artificial Intelligence, my colleagues at Community Jameel, especially Uzma, Dalia, Yara, and of course everybody at the Jameel Clinic and the faculty who have flown so far to be with us today. I think you'll all agree that it's been an inspiring and thought-provoking series of discussions. But the thing that I take away from this is that in many ways this field is one that is very personal. I'm sure that there are people, everyone in this room, who either themselves or through somebody that they know has a connection to one or more of the diseases which we are trying to tackle. And I'm sure that's the reason why we are gathered in this room, why you're all here today, and why we are all working together in the advance and the pursuit of better health for all. But although it's a personal field, I think it's not a field that we can tackle individually. It is only through collaboration that we will be able to take great strides, collaboration across disciplines and across fields, from computer science to medicine, from research to clinical settings to policy and public health. And collaboration through organizations or institutions, initiatives like the Jameel Clinic AI Hospital Network, which brings together hospitals, clinical centers, and of course researchers across geographies, across the entire world, and across this MENASA region. And through these networks and these collaborations, we hope that we can build a community of practice, everybody gathered in this room and many more besides, and community for us at Community Jameel, as the name suggests, is a vital source of our strength and how we strive to work together to advance science and learning to help communities thrive. So we at Community Jameel are immensely proud to be supporting both the Jameel Clinic and this network, and I think we're hoping that we can continue to support all the efforts that have been discussed during today. And I just invite everybody to join in a round of applause for us all and for everybody in our institutions and for these efforts to tackle disease and improve health for all. Thank you. And one last thing, which the more observant of you here gathered may have noticed, that we're not in a conference center. We are actually in the Jameel Arts Center, and there is a mouth-watering evening ahead of arts and food, and I will invite my colleague Dalia to introduce what the plan for the rest of the evening is. So thank you very much.